computer for the first time. Conflict happens when there are different changes of one file and the system doesn't know what to do with it. Usually you have to resolve it yourself or help it someone. Revert is going back and undoing change. Stash means temporal changes that are not yet committed. Pull request is review step, mainly used it in Git-based workflows, and Git ignore its file that tells the systems what should not be tracked, like generated engine files or some stuff that is like too big and you do not have to have it there. So let's dive in into my favorite version control that I really love to use, and that is diversion, and I use it for Unreal. This is not an advertisement. I just had a very good experience with it in Unreal, and I think it's worth showing. So what is diversion? It feels much more approachable for artists and beginners than many other systems. It removes a lot of setup pain. It's cloud-based. It supports also Unity and Godot. It has a plugin that can be like built in into Unreal Engine, so you can commit and do stuff directly from Engine, and you do not have to every time go to the app. And it's very great prepared for large binary files. It was basically built to do that. Here, second, as it is basically, I think I mentioned all this. The most important is that it's always on cloud singing, and I think right now it's the only version control that use this system. If you use different version controls, you usually make a commit and you need to wait like 10 minutes because it's syncing. And with diversion, everything that you do is automatically synced and you don't have to wait. It literally goes there in seconds. So what about the pricing? I don't want to spend a lot of time on this because prices can change, but after comparing the options, the diversion looks very interesting. Perforce is very strong and industry standard, especially in large projects, but for beginners it's very heavy. Perforce is usually used by very big studios. So for me, diversion is very accessible. Here we can look more into the setup and workflow inside this version control. It is not complicated. The first you have to do is download the app. Then you create a repository and connect your project location to it. Then you need to make your first initial commit so that there is something existing on the cloud. And then you can invite collaborators by writing in their emails and sending them invite, and then they can make local copies of the project and you can happily work. Here we can see the branching workflow. This is the part where I think version controls are becoming very strong and useful. uh, because you can create a branch for experimenting and make commits to that branch while testing. And when you are happy, you can merge it. And if something goes wrong, it's only went wrong on that different branch, so everything is safe. Yes, the idea is that you don't destroy the project. Another thing that the learning provides is soft locking systems and many icons. And basically what it is the soft lock system is preventing conflicts because it stops two people from editing the same files. It gives you pop-up window and the changes doesn't even need to be committed yet. The Windows pops up when it is registered to the cloud. So only thing that you have to do is to press save button not once a day but at least once an hour, and you will avoid most of the conflicts in this way. But I have to say that you have to have a plugin enabled for this in the revision control, because if you don't have it, it doesn't work. But yes, I recommend using the plugin also. There are also icons that are showing basically in the engine. You can see them there. I have also written some explanation. There are, I think, few others, but these are the most important. You can see them, or the icons of the assets in content browser. You can also see them in the outliner, and also they are showing in the revision control. Alright, and to sum this up, I want to finish with some simple ideas and tips. You have to keep commits small. Big commits are usually worse than small and frequent. I recommend writing clear messages. Every time you commit, you have to write what you did. Avoid things like fix and the numbers. Use branches when testing, don't be scared of them. Keep the main stable and shippable at all costs. Usually, you can connect version control to task tools like Jira or Asana, so your work can be tracked. I have worked like this with Asana and DevOps, and it was a great experience for me. And the last slide, basically, that's it. Thank you for listening. If you have some questions, feel free to ask me.
Thank you very much. We have time for questions. The first question was at student of the first class of game design, Juliana Antonova.
I want to ask you, what was your biggest problem that you came across, or what is the biggest mistake a person should avoid when committing or sharing projects with other people?
I think the most important thing is to try to keep the structure organized and to really name things correctly, and just don't ruin it. And even if you do, it's okay, but and maybe sometimes also do some physical backup of your project, because you can get sign out or something. So I recommend yes, primarily using the version control on the cloud, but also like once in a 2 weeks period, also backup projects on the hard drive, and ideally separate from your computer if your computer gets ruined.
Thank you.
Yeah, the second question will set a student from Czech Republic, Ondřej Formánek, student of the second class of game design.
Hi. I just want to say that I agree with basically everything you said in this presentation. Like, I feel like version control is kind of not very interesting part, but it can genuinely save your life, and it has done so for me as well on many occasions. Wanted to ask whether you know, I'm not sure if you mentioned it in the presentation, what the difference between Git and GitHub is.
I think I don't really know. I'm
Okay.
just a user.
Okay.
But I have used, well, yeah.
It's basically, I can just explain it quickly. It's Git is like the underlying technology. So, like, Git is just a way of interfacing with the repository, while GitHub is for hosting, and so is Azure DevOps, so is SourceTree, stuff like that. So it's good to know the differences for everyone as well.
Yeah, and the third question we will set Radoslava Králova, the student of the fifth class of game design.
Yeah. Well, most of my questions were answered, but I guess did you start using this because it was like mandatory for work, or did you just find out about it because you lost some school project and you were frustrated, so you know try to find something?
I think both, because I have to learn to use it because of school, but that was basically with Unity, and also my work. I have to collaborate with programmers, but also for myself, because I did my bachelor's game in Unreal Engine, and I didn't use version control, and it was terrible experience. I basically every images that you have seen there, that was my discs everywhere. I still have some backup of my project at home, and I keep like deleting it, and I really don't want to do this again because it's so much time consuming to have zips of your project, and every time something happens you have to unzip it and look through it and pull older stuff from it. So I think both.
Okay, thank you very much. Next presentation will have Miro Wimiak, student of visual effects, the fourth class.
Okay, testing. Can you hear me?
Yes, I read what Miro wrote himself. The first year master student of visual effects. He has been involved in 2D animation since childhood, and during high school he expanded into the third dimension through Blender. In recent days, his fascination with proceduralism has led him to create procedural animations and shaders. he spent 2 years working as an animator and a shader artist for the animation division of Blue Faces. He is currently focused on rediscovering the joy of creation, experimenting and developing his master's field.
Thank you for the introduction. Well, joy of creation. It sounds like some religious mumbo jumbo, but if you Google it, you'll quickly find out it's Five Nights at Freddy's fan game series. Well, I'm really sorry to all the confused FNAF fans. This talk is not about the game. This presentation is about a different joy of creation. The name is pretty self-explanatory, right? About a year ago, I started noticing I didn't enjoy creating as much as I once did. Making art started to feel like a chore, not something I love to do. Throughout my life, my JOC levels were naturally going up and down, and during COVID, I really got in touch with my creative animal. But as you can see, in 2022, the incident occurred. I got into the school. You can clearly see the effect it had on me when comparing my first and second semester presentations. Making art was my dream, so why does it feel so unfulfilling right now? I made a little anonymous survey to find out how are others feeling about this, and surprisingly, a total of 24 people came through and took their time to fill it out. And a lot of them really poured their heart out, and I'm incredibly thankful to every single one of them. Here's the demographic graph. You can see we have 13 that are just students, 7 of them are both working and studying, and 4 of them are just professionals. Yeah, there were a few really strong trends visible. Mainly, only 2 people create something for themselves on a weekly basis, 6 do once a month, and 15 rarely. 1 poor soul, never. And only 1 person reports not losing their spark at all, which is terrifying. It also looks like Pepsi logo. And there were also 2 questions about how creatively fulfilled they feel in school or at work, which, as you can see, is not great, not terrible. It's just average. So, yeah, of course, there's no way of scientifically measuring any of this, so take these results with a grain of salt. But they do show that I'm not alone in feeling this way. We, the people, have an insatiable desire to create. However, there are 2 types of creation. One we do because we have to, we'll call that performative creation, and the other type is the one we do because we want to, we'll call that whimsical creation. The first one drains our mental battery, just like any other work, and the second one charges it. If these 2 types overlap for you, meaning that you genuinely enjoy your job and your batteries are in balance, then you're very lucky. But problems start when we drain our battery without recharging it. The common way to recharge is to consume content, right? The problem is that the consuming recharges the battery only a tiny little bit, if at all. Much better and healthier way to recharge is to create something you want. But so many people go years without making anything creative, and then we end up burnt out and depressed. So, what's stopping us? Most people reply to this question with either no free time or no energy. I'm praying for the guy who has wizards and dragons stopping him. But many also feel like they're wasting their time when they're focusing on themselves, and that they should focus on school or something productive instead. But yeah, spending a whole day at a computer, at a job or at work, doing creative work can often leave us with no free time and no energy. And to imagine spending another few hours with a shrimp posture at a computer working on my own little project is just not feasible. Now, these hurdles are real and external, but there's one internal one internal obstacle we often don't even realize is there. It's our inner perfectionist. It pushes us to improve, which is good, and it pushes us to do better work, but it also creates a very specific pattern. You get an idea, then you imagine the perfect version of it, then comes the realization that you will never achieve that perfection, or it'll take several years, so you quickly abandon the project or you don't start at all. So instead of making something perfect, we end up not making anything at all. The perfectionist doesn't let you experiment or try new things because it is afraid of failing. The last question of my survey was, how would your creative process change if you could silence your inner perfectionist and make bad art? One answer broke my heart. I'd probably spend the whole day covered in paint behind a canvas, taking my sketchbook and paints everywhere with me, and I would work more among people. I'd experiment more with performance art using the human body, and I'd discover what art is really about. As an artist, I died at this school. Just this is why I'm doing this presentation. The vast majority of responses were saying essentially the same thing. I would enjoy it more, I would be more brave, I would experiment more, I'd rediscover my lost creativity. The thing that hurts the most is this is largely just a mindset. Since it's internal, we can change it, but no one teaches us how to do it. I know we have deadlines and we have rent to pay, but it's our own mindset that drags us down. It's entirely up to us alone to not let the industry and the perfectionists to dictate what we can do in our free time. That doesn't mean this mindset is easy to change, though. It takes a lot of mental effort and practice to overcome, and even then the perfectionist just doesn't want to shut up. But it's very well worth it because this is what it feels like when you break free from it. So, what's the solution? As Buddha said in 2004, release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin. Because, frankly, no one else can feel it for you. First step is being aware of the problem. Second step is to figure out what works best for you, which can be different from person to person. For me, the thing that helps the most in enjoying the process and combating the perfectionist is bad art. Well, that's not a very good name for it. Much better term would be messy art. We should be like kids. They're not afraid to get their hands dirty. And as you can see, there's no limit on how messy you can get. And you can really stretch the definition of art here. It can be writing, it can be dancing, playing an instrument, or making a little thing out of twigs and leaves while you wait at the bus stop. Just living your life. And the important thing here is to be present and to enjoy it. Now, if you ever feel like you would love to do this, but you can't come up with any new ideas anymore, get bored. I know boredom doesn't feel good, but our brain has a natural way of dealing with it by coming up with stuff to entertain itself. The reason we used to get so many ideas was before, well, we used to get bored a lot, mainly at school. And now, when we blast ourselves with TikTok videos at the slightest hint of boredom, the brain simply has no opportunity to come up with something on its own. Yeah, my biggest inspiration here is Stephen Lavelle, better known by his alias Ink Repair. He has made over 500 games over the years, and he posts all of them on his website, along with their source code. Most of them are simple puzzle games. Some are questionable, to say the least, but a few are genuinely beautiful. They are so raw and unfiltered, so human, and you really don't get to experience that very often anymore. He really does make anything that comes to his mind. Without that, the world would be deprived of so many classics and the likes of No, Don't Eat That, or Drawer Simulator, or a story about a cat. No idea is too stupid or too simple for him. Every time I play his games, I get overcome by inspiration, because if he could do shit like this, then so can I. It's just beautiful. So Yeah, I don't even want to think about how many wonderful projects were never made only because they didn't get through the great perfectionist filter. Now, I'm not saying that polish is bad. And I'm not saying that you should turn in whatever this is as your final graduation project. Or that you shouldn't want to make something perfect. Productivity and perfectionism are valuable tools. They are how we get hired. They are how we make incredible and beautiful stuff. But they are just tools, and we've forgotten how to put them down and enjoy ourselves once in a while. Spending 100% of our time in this performance mode, doing what the school, what the client, or the algorithm wants, will leave us tired and discouraged. Whimsy mode is just as necessary for our survival as an artist. At this point, I thought it would be useful to bring in an expert in this field. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the incredibly smart, devilishly handsome, and unreasonably funny Benjamin.
Hi. Hi, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hi.
loud and clear. Hi. Ben, you told me you weren't always this jolly, but there was a time when your beautiful smile wasn't shining as bright. Tell me, how did you overcome these dark ages? Ben?
The first step was learning to be intentionally useless and to view it as self-care. Because I used to get these really strong blocks when something I was making wasn't absolutely perfect from the start, and then I would feel guilty about not being productive and so on and so forth. So I had to learn to be good at being bad, to make intentionally imperfect things. Oh crap. The first project on this journey was Let There Be Night. Can I show it to you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, just give me a second. Right, okay, I hope you can see it. Oh, it's a very simple Unreal Engine game where you cut down streetlights with an axe, and the more lamps you destroy, the more stars you can see. The hardest part of this project was overcoming the perfectionist. Because I had no idea how to make something bad. Don't get me wrong, all of my projects look horrible, and they still do, but I had no idea how to make it intentionally bad. So I tried different tactics, like setting a timer for 10 minutes, and then I had to model everything in those 10 minutes, and I didn't allow myself to polish anything. But still, I was getting caught up in the smallest details all the time. So I just had to repeatedly tell myself to make the game as simple and as bare bones as possible. And I loved it. I haven't enjoyed creating this much in a very, very long time. After this, I stopped being afraid of imperfection. And my life has taken a turn. I couldn't be happier.
You're starting to sound like a telemarketing ad. Is there anything else you would like to show us?
Oh, okay, sure. Can you see it?
Yep. What are we looking at exactly?
Well, this is my latest project. It's called Masterpiece. And, basically you can just run around here and paint on the ground with your P. And you can change the pressure with the mouse wheel, and you can change the color with C. I don't know if you can hear the sounds.
Yeah, we can hear it.
It's so relaxing. So yeah, basically you can draw whatever, and then you can save your masterpiece as a PNG with Control S. And there's a special feature when pressing F. You can
Ben? Are you there? Hello? Well, folks, I think that's it from Ben for today. He is a little special, but I love him regardless. Coming back to my GOC curve, this is how it looks now. In this past year, I went from the biggest burnout of my entire life to enjoying art and life more than ever before. And if I could do it, so can you. I believe in you. Anyway, just remember the wise words Jesus once said. People do not live by bread alone, but by every little silly thing they make for their own. I'm looking forward to seeing everything you will create. Thank you for coming to my IVGC talk. Questions?
Thank you very much. It's a lot of questions for all of us. So I think that we'll put this programmed question, and then there will be open discussion, a little bit open discussion for all that want to put some questions. So first question will give Lukáš Belák.
Thank you. Did you expect these results from your survey?
I kind of did, because I hear a lot from other students that they are like not really fulfilled creatively, and that coming here like kind of make them want to create less, or that they don't enjoy it as much as they once did.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for a great talk.
Thank you.
I would like to ask, what is the best source of inspiration? It's like a specific art style, or specific genre, or specific maybe live action movies, or anime, or something like that.
For me, personally?
Yeah, for you, when you are making some moving pictures, or taking ideas from moving picture to some kind of interactive game, what is your biggest enjoyment?
Well, as I mentioned, the Stephen Lavelle page, and also there's a whole community of game developers like this called glorioustrainwrecks.com, and it's just a whole page full of games like that, basically. And yeah, just combing through all those games people make and experiencing their ideas, and just enjoying what they were able to come up with, and then being inspired to not not discard my stupid ideas like you saw with the masterpiece. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next question, Martina Bernatova, student of the third class of game design.
Hi.
Hi.
Remember the poor soul that said they never create anything for themselves? Well, that was me.
Oh.
I remember when we talked about what you were going to present about very briefly, and you got me thinking, and I would just like to say I create for myself now as well. And it is very enjoyable to create bad art.
Oh.
So you inspired me a lot. Thanks so much.
Oh, I was supposed to. Well, yeah, I kind of hoped it would inspire more people to create something for themselves and do messy art, because the world is full of like perfect and bland things, and it's really like polished, and there's really the human soul kind of gets lost in this whole polishing process. So it's really great to see some unfiltered human creativity at work.
I think for me at least it was very helpful to actually create things that I liked as a kid. I knew I liked drawing something, and now I still enjoy it. I just didn't know I still enjoy it because I got lost in the assignments and everything.
Yeah.
And it was great.
Okay, who else want to put a question? Yeah, Antonia?
My question is, where can we find a masterpiece for download and the lamps?
The lamps are on my itch.io page, and the masterpiece will follow soon.
Thank you.
I'll provide a link.
Andrzej?
My question is, do you think like there is something that could be done better, maybe on the school level to I guess improve the situation? Because I feel many of those answering your survey were students of our school, and yeah, I guess all. And do you think it's like elsewhere it could be different?
Well, I feel this school gives us really, a lot of freedom. So it's up to us to find something in those assignments that we enjoy. And for me, it helped me to find something, a little thing that I enjoy in each assignment, and then it's much enjoyable to do. And yeah, I don't think it's the school's fault that we feel like this, but maybe, yeah, just talking about it would help a lot to a lot of people.
Yeah, Dominika?
Oh, well, my question is if you're as knowledgeable in the Joy of Creation, the FNAF game, as in this topic, or?
No, I haven't gotten to the FNAF Fanverse initiative yet, so just the base games so far.
Okay.
Who else?
Okay, I don't know if it's more of a question or a statement, but what would you recommend to someone that doesn't struggle with coming up with ideas and being creative, but actually finding the drive to actually do the things? Because I really like that. I don't think that I personally need more like creative mind and need more ideas. I just don't find the drive or time to actually do the things.
Well, for me, the thing that helped the most was getting rid of my phone. So when I started using dumb phone, I started creating more for myself, because yeah, I used to always complain that I don't have any free time and that I don't have any drive to create, but I was spending that drive and that time on my phone, and that was really exhausting me. All that information coming, and I also started working without music or YouTube videos, and just really being present in the creative process, and that has helped with the drive and everything else at the same time.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, somebody else? So thank you once more for the presentation. And now probably Lukáš Kasak is still away, but in program we have Nicole Pangelovu, yes, and because she has some family troubles, she decided to send video instead to be presently. So now we'll see her presentation offline.
Hello, my name is Nikola Pangelova, and today I'll be talking about animation for film and animation for games. Hello, my name is Nikola Pangelova, and today I'll be talking about animation for film and animation for games, and how the same animation principles change when applied to these two different mediums. Before getting into the comparison, I'd like to briefly introduce my background and explain why this topic interests me. I've studied animation for about 8 years, initially focusing on animation for film, starting with 2D and later expanding into 3D. During my bachelor's studies, I also began exploring game development, which introduced me to animation in interactive environments. Because I've worked with both film-oriented animation and game animation, I became interested in how the same animation principles adapt depending on the medium. Before comparing the two mediums, it's important to remember that both film and game animation are built on the same artistic foundation. Animators in both fields rely on the same core principles, things like timing, posing, arcs, spacing, squash, and stretch. These principles help create motion that feels clear and believable to the viewer. So, even though the production environments are very different, the fundamental language of animation stays the same. So, after establishing that both mediums share the same animation principles, the first major difference appears in the purpose of the animation itself. In film, animation primarily serves storytelling. The animator works within a controlled sequence of shots where the camera, pacing, and composition are carefully designed. The goal is emotional clarity and cinematic impact. In the games, animation serves a slightly different role. Instead of guiding the viewer through a fixed story moment, the animation needs to support player interaction. Movements must be responsive to input and readable from many angles, while the player controls the character. Because of this, game animation often prioritizes clarity and responsiveness over strict cinematic composition. Another major difference between film and game animation is the workflow. In film, the process is linear and shot-based. Animation is created for a specific moment in a sequence, starting from storyboards, moving into layout, then animation, and finally rendering. Each shot is treated individually and polished for a specific camera angle. In games, the workflow is much more system-driven. Instead of animating a single shot, animators create sets of animations, such as loops, transitions, and actions, that are then connected inside a system, often using state machines in the game engine. These animations need to work together seamlessly in real time and respond to player input. Another important difference is that film animators polish a single shot that will be rendered once, while game animators polish cycles and transitions that must work in real time and from every possible camera angle. Another key difference between film and game animation is timing and pacing. In the film, timing is fully controlled by the animator and the edit. Actions are carefully timed to match the story, emotional beats, and cinematic rhythm. This allows animators to hold poses longer, exaggerate anticipation, or delay actions for dramatic effect. In games, timing works very differently. Animation has to respond to player input, often almost instantly. If there is too much delay between input and action, the game feels unresponsive. This difference is illustrated in the graph. where in film the action can be delayed to build anticipation, while in games the action needs to happen almost immediately after input. Because of this, game animation prioritizes how fast and responsive an action feels, while film animation prioritizes how the action reads emotionally within the scene. Another important difference between film and game animation comes from technical constraints and performance requirements. In film, animation is rendered offline, which means each frame can take minutes or even hours, mostly hours, to render. Because of this, there are far fewer limitations on complexity. Rigs can be highly detailed with many controls, and characters can have very high polygon counts. In games, everything has to run in real time, usually at 30 to 60 frames per second or more. This creates strict performance limits. This difference can be seen in how characters are built. For example, in film, characters can include much finer details such as complex materials, textures, and lighting because they are rendered offline. In games, characters need to be simplified and optimized so they can run smoothly in real time while still maintaining a clear and appealing design. Another important difference between film and game animation comes from camera control and how the final image is presented. In film, the camera is fully controlled by the creators. This means animators only need to consider a single viewpoint. Because of this, they can cheat the animation. For example, by stretching limbs, breaking proportions, or pushing silhouettes beyond realistic limits, as long as it looks correct from the camera's perspective. Animators can also ignore anything outside the frame since the audience never sees it. In games, this is not possible. The player controls the camera, which means animations must hold up from every possible angle. Any broken rig or extreme deformation would immediately become visible from another viewpoint. Because of this, game animation requires more stable rigs and more consistent motion, which can limit how far stylization can be pushed, especially during gameplay. This difference has a strong impact on artistic freedom between the two mediums. Another key difference between animation in film-like sequences and gameplay is how the audience interacts with the result. In cinematic sequences, the experience is passive. The viewer follows a fixed sequence of events where timing, camera, and presentation are fully controlled. In gameplay, the experience is interactive. The player controls the character and often the camera, which means animation needs to respond dynamically to input, as mentioned in the previous slides where we talked about timing and pacing. This can be seen in the following example from The Last of Us. The first clip I added shows a cinematic moment where the camera and performance are fully directed, and the second clip shows gameplay where animation must continuously adapt to player movement, direction changes, and camera control. You can see how the locomotion and character animation loops perfectly while the player explores the environment. So, despite it being a clip where nothing actually happens, there's many details like this that can be seen. So, I'll play the first clip.
So I grab it, and then first I didn't even know which one of us was shot.
You defended yourself.
Stop.
I can fix this. I'll talk to Isaac.
I am tired, Abby.
And here's the gameplay clip. To briefly connect these differences to practice, I wanted to show a small comparison using my own recent work. On the left is an example of animation created for a film context. Because it is designed for a single camera angle, I can push the pose, exaggerate proportions, and even break the rig to improve the composition. And on the right is a looping animation created for a game context. So this animation needs to work continuously and from all angles, which requires cleaner motion, consistent timing, and more technical precision. This comparison reflects many of the differences discussed earlier, particularly in terms of camera constraints, timing, and technical limitations. So, I would like to show you the film example, where on the left side you can see the camera angle, and on the right side, everything behind the scenes. So you can see the rig and the hands breaking so it would look good on the camera, and the other character not even grabbing the helmet when he's not in the shot. I'll play it one more time so you can look at both sides. And on the right side, we have the game example where I worked on a robot for like a boss fight. So there's a lot of looping animations, and then at the end, there will be an example from the game where he's already in the engine. So, to close it off, understanding these distinctions is important for animators, especially when transitioning between film and game development, as it changes how we approach both the creative and technical aspects of animation. Thank you for listening.
In this moment for this presentation, no questions because she's not present. I want to note that tomorrow there will be professional. Thomas Kozlik. Originally he studied on Toma Bata University in Zlín in Czech Republic, and then he started to be animator, mostly animator for game design, and then he got offer from Beta Studio in New Zealand, it was mentioned before, and he is making animation for Avatar 2 and Avatar 3. Yeah, so his professional explanation about animation we can compare with this theoretical thesis that we heard now. Now it's time for break, so please take 20 minutes for rest, and in the middle of room among corridor there is refreshment. So please take, everybody take water to fulfill the water system in your body, and for everybody can...
And to do some piece of arts, probably, during the break. I don't know.
Yeah. So 20 minutes for rest, and then we'll continue in the second part of this morning presentations.
No teraz to by robić do końca. Ale nie po prostu nie chcę tego żadne ale to mi trochę trwało te artykuły. A tak som rozmýšľal, zistil som, že jedine čo keď bavilo proste robiť feature nejaké takže za to som to chcel. A keď ten metahymn vyšiel do vody, tak to je geniálne kvalita to nejak krátko celku si myslím.
Тогда я оставлю все.
Czyli zapłacił? Да,
Ja si mám prezentáciu spravím ako video a budem lip-synkovať sa Miro tiež. Ale Miro nás schoval.
I have a friend in Portugal called with the same name of me. He's a game artist and a sword fighter. Also, we do recreations. So because just for creativity, he used to work on multiple games, but more
To musí byť. Keď to vymýšľaš program, to musí Dám ti jeden progamer tip. Dám si meč. Nemám. Zapil som ho doma. som vyzdušil, ale vystrel trochu.
Dobre, ja tiež rozmýšľam, že oni ale nechcem moc odbočiť, lebo ako náhle začnem písať,
To skončilo.
po mojej prezentácii.
Dobre, čo máš?
Mal si spôsob. Neviem, čo robíš. Stávuje sa. Keď pôjde iba na to celé.
Tak sa však nenájdeš.
Jak sa tam ja postaví ako to.
Matku vysvetlil.
Keď sa ňou chopíš a vypýtam ti výstrel. No aj, no. Myslíš, že sa mi páči, že naučíš rozprávať dievčatá? Môjmu kamarátovi sa páči. Ale bojí sa ti to povedať.
Jak si natasoval to tvoje video, jak sa tam rozprával, to som mal natočené. To vyšlo. Tak ten právny slide tam mal byť. Ten právny slide tam mal byť.
Však to včera vzniklo.
Hej.
Som screenshotol ten Kristo FF.
Ty mu screenshot.
Lebo inak to tam nevidíš. Nevidíš tie texty. Veď ty musíš chcieť na to, aby to tam bolo vidieť.
Aha.
Nazar.
Ste domáci. Ste robili domáci.
Characters can include much finer details such as
I don't know if you can hear the sounds. It's so relaxing. So yeah.
Ja som čakal, kedy tam bude vyvrcholenie, a to si nedal. Akože bolo natočené, ale som to tam tiež.
Ja som sa zaujímal s tým, že chcel som dať model do textúru. A som natočovali, som si natočovali a som povedal, že ale nepodal natočovali na gradient od konca a začiatku slov. Som začal hodiny písať, zobral z textúru, potom začal bakerovať, hodiny som robil, začal som bakerovať, ten baker nefungoval.
Ja si to píčujem, ja tiež som robil 2 dní na drobení backgroundu, ktorý som vôbec nerobil.
A nakoniec to mal nemám úplne kompletnejšie. Som si povedal, že nebudem robiť žiadne animácie v tom slajde priamo. Že to iba takto, že sa scrollujú tie slajdy. Že normálne hore dole. To sa mi nechcelo už nič. Ešte tam bude na toľko animácií. Včera mi volala, že to chcelo testovať cez že tam ukázala, že ak spojil, že tento text príde, zároveň s týmto obrázkom, ten obrázok zmizne, príde druhý text a to pôjde spolu. Tak to bude a celé to tam proste nastavovať. Dnes sa ma preklady, ale bez textu. No vlastne ešte text som nezačal robiť, ale na animácie.
To skôr nie je napísať.
Ty si kedy skončil s tým? Ale to skoro až do 11. sa to už spomínal. Čo som začal spať.
Po konferencii, kde som úplne treba niečo spraviť.
To je strašné, to je držať fóre veľa. Je to skončí, že to nie je naplno asi. Polovica možno.
Ja som prišiel ráno, urobil nejaké veci, som tanier.
Ty si bol, ale
Verím tomu, že ale reálne.
ale napíšte to asi bude normálne.
Až pridanie som povedal.
Ten vyzerá, že sa nahráva správne, ale ešte okamžite. Nie sú tak.
Není tam srdce. Je to proste, on to streamoval, tá moja vec, ale nemalo to zvuk. Takže asi nič.
Stratený súbor.
Ale to je
Skončí prestávka, že?
Ešte 5 minút asi.
Hej? Ešte 5 minút dáme prestávku?
Neviem, či ste slepovali tých 20 minút.
No tak ale všetci sú na chodbe. Ale dnes ešte kam spraviť.
You want to start earlier? Okay, 10 more time.
Was ik toch? Ano, celú orientáciu musím mal pripraviť, aby si vedela. Potom napísať materiál 4 krát.
Please sit down. Standing or call somebody from the stage. We'll continue. So we'll continue in our presentations, and after the break there will continue Michal Kozák, first year student of master's degree in visual effects at the Film and Television Faculty Academy Fine Arts in Bratislava, where he also received bachelor's degree in visual effects. Since childhood, he has been engaged in photography, working with video and film, which gradually led him into the field of visual effects. Currently, in addition to his studies, he is working on various projects, feature films, and series. He is engaged in 2D composition and also applies knowledge from the 3D field. What he didn't mention at all is his activity is his own website, and probably it will be nice to show your website later as a propagation. Yes, because this website is exactly about a joy of creation. Okay? So it is different view on the same problematic, it is different perspective. Yeah. So, Michal, it's your time. Take your word.
Okay, thank you. So, I've been already introduced. So, I'm studying here visual effects at the Academy of Dramatic Arts, and my focus is primarily compositing, but I also apply the knowledge of 3D as a generalist. Today, I want to talk about a topic which is creating visual effects for live action films. That's something I focus on. and I'll briefly go through all of the stages from pre-production through production all the way to post-production, including things like modeling, animation, simulation, and finishing with compositing, where we'll integrate the CG into real shots. I'll be illustrating this mainly on short film that I made about a stone giant, and I'll show some practical examples from the whole process. So the success of any visual effects sequence is determined during the pre-production phase. That's where the technical approach is researched and developed. We are running all tests to see what works, what doesn't, and it's critical to do these tests before shooting anything, because mistakes made during the shooting or during the production are often hard and therefore also expensive to fix during the post-production. At this stage, I already started doing the very first tests for the creature made out of stones to see how I can approach that. The initial phase starts by analyzing the script's visual requirements. This often involves selecting the software that will be used and building the pipeline, as well as defining technical aspects like color management, file formats, and naming conventions. And it all helps to be able to work on lots of shots and also in between many departments, especially on bigger projects. Storyboarding provides the first visual representation of the script. So it illustrates the camera angles, the composition, and some blocking. Storyboards are later often turned into animatics. These help figure out the rhythm and pacing of a sequence. And it's also a good way of making sure that no unnecessary complexity is introduced to the VFX. It's already easier to tell how complex each shot will be, so we can start breaking it down shot by shot to see what kind of VFX will need to be done. Now let's move on to the production stage, and I'll also start showing some examples from the short film. The production phase is where the live action footage or the plates are captured. For the VFX team, it's the most critical window for gathering the necessary data to be able to later integrate the CG elements into the footage realistically. The goal is to get the data from real set so that it can be later reconstructed in the digital world, and this may include 3D scans, measurements, HDR images, and reference photos. A key person that should be present on the set is a VFX supervisor. He should oversee the technical requirements and make sure that everything is captured in a correct and proper way to prevent complications in the post-production. Apart from that, we also need to collect camera metadata. Some cameras already do this automatically nowadays, but we still need the physical height and tilt of the camera, ideally, and things like focal length, aperture, shutter speed. This will help the match moving artists later on, which we'll get to in a second. To match the lighting of digital assets to the live action environment, we capture high dynamic range images, or HDRIs. These can be acquired with a 360 camera or a mirror ball, as we can see on the left side. Basically, it's a panorama image that records the full intensity and direction of the light. And additionally, gray balls are also used. They provide the reference for the quality of light, and if there are soft or hard shadows, it's good for matching them later. And actually, here in the middle, we can see a sphere that was used as a part of the story in the short film, but it kind of acts as a gray ball at the same time. Now let's move on to the actual post-production. At this point, if multiple people are working on the short film, they can start working on different tasks at the same time. Let's start with match moving and camera tracking. Match moving is the process of extracting the motion of the real camera from live action footage and recreating it in a software, in a 3D software environment. By analyzing the movement of tracking markers and other high contrast features in the plate, the software can then solve the camera's positions and rotations over time. The goal is to basically create a virtual camera that matches the exact movement of the one used on set. This then allows the 3D artist to place objects into the scene and they remain locked in place relative to the background. Another thing to account for is lens distortion. Each lens has a unique distortion and characteristic, so these all need to be matched in the digital environment. And that's why we use distortion grids, like the one on the left side of the slide. And this allows us to capture the unique distortion, and we can then recreate it digitally. It also helps to solve the camera correctly, and we need the metadata that were collected on set, like the focal length, sensor size, and the measurements. So for the model of the stone giant, I started off with a simple mesh to get the general shape right, mainly tweaking the proportions until I get something I like. Then I moved into Houdini, where the whole setup was created. I scattered a bunch of spheres on the mesh, which were then replaced with individual stones. I only used a few different stones, but with various scales, so it's not very noticeable. The good thing about this workflow is I can make as many variations of the stone giant as I want, and by simply adjusting a few values, since everything is procedural. Texturing and material work was fairly simple in this case, since I could use existing images and textures of real stones, but in other cases, textures often need to be handcrafted, just as I did, for example, for this friendly-looking plant. For objects that must move or interact with their environment, a rig needs to be made. So rigging is the process of creating a digital skeleton that allows us to move the individual parts realistically and logically. For the animation, there are basically two main options, either manual keyframing or, as I did for this project, using a motion capture suite. In this case, it was an XN suite to record the animation with a real actor. This movement is then transferred into the digital scene, and it often requires additional cleanup to get rid of errors in the movement. All of these recorded animations were also slowed down to emphasize the movement of the giant. And motion capture has its limitations, so it can be used for everything. That's when the manual animation comes in. I have some examples here where the objects are hand animated, and by looking at some real-world reference, because this is the case where you wouldn't really use a mocap. For things that are too complex to animate by hand, such as fire, smoke, water, or destruction, we use simulations. These are mathematically driven systems that calculate the movement. They try to match the real physics. And this is something that manual animation struggles to achieve. So in these projects, simulations were used for the destruction of the giant, so the falling and breaking of the rocks, as well as for the dust. Once all these things are finished, it's time to assemble everything together into one 3D scene. We take the final animations, the simulations, and also the camera from Match Moving Artists that we mentioned earlier. Then we overlay it over the original shot. Furthermore, we need to match the lighting, so that's where the HDRI or the mirror ball comes in, and some additional lights are placed when needed. Rendering is the final stage of the process, so that's where the image of the 3D object is generated, and to provide some flexibility, we often export render passes and layers to have more flexibility in the post. So compositing is the final stage after rendering and everything else. I always find something magical about this process, since that's where it all comes together, and you finally start to see what you only imagined within your imagination before. So the disadvantage, however, is that it's at the end of the pipeline after all the 3D work, so this puts extra pressure on deadlines, as compositors are often expected to fix mistakes and issues made during the other previous stages. And is the stage where you layer everything on top of each other. You use render passes, the masks, and other color corrections to blend the CG with the original footage realistically, or at least hopefully. And for example, as you can see, the stone giant and the dust was rendered separately, so I can have more control over the look of each element and adjust them separately. Finally, things like grain and lens imperfections are added to the CG to match the real footage. This is something that behind every shot a compositor is looking at most of the time. So a few things about these funky looking spider webs, or the so-called node trees. In terms of efficiency, you definitely want to keep these scripts organized so you don't get lost, especially in complex shots. And a good thing about this is if you do it well, you can reuse parts of the scripts or little tools that you build along the way for the next shots, mainly when you're working on a sequence of multiple shots. Finally, I have something else. I have an example from a feature film that I worked on to demonstrate that first versions almost never look good. That's why it's also important to take breaks, and not only for your own sanity, but also for the quality of the work. Since when we stare at the same shot for a very long time, we tend to overlook details that could make it a lot better. But through gradual improvements and experimentation, we can achieve a final, more polished version. But I believe this is also something that one of the next presenters will talk about, so thank you for listening. And now it's time for some questions.
Yes, thank you very much. The first question will put Matěj Fašanok, student of the first class of visual effects.
Hello, hello. So I have a question about mocap. When you have a character that's as big as this giant, what do you have to think about before doing the mocap so it will look realistic?
Well, basically you have to think of the size, so how big the giant will be compared to the person. For example, because in this there were shots that there was the person visible and the stone giant at the same time, so you have to think about those sizes. And when I was shooting the mocap, I actually had something on the ground that was about the size of the real person when compared to the stone giant, so that the giant reacts to that person on the ground. And another thing that really helped to sell the effect was to slow down the movement. So after it was recorded, I slowed down everything by, I think, 50%. So that helped to emphasize the weight of the giant and the slower movement to sell the effect.
Thank you.
Okay, next question. William Chorniak, he's student of the 5th class of visual effects, and he will make his diploma project in a few months.
What's the benefit of procedural workflow?
Well, basically, in this case, I had the whole stone giant set up in Houdini. That's why it allowed me to swap out animations and change all kinds of different parameters, and the structure just didn't break. You can experiment with lots of stuff. You can change the shapes, you can make variations of the giant, and you don't need to suddenly change your whole script just because you made one simple change. And also the simulations and everything, you can have it set up and it just works, so it saves a lot of time, and it's a very good approach to do it this way.
Yes, and last question will set Juraj Zbín. He's student of the 5th class of visual effects. We saw his extract from a diploma film in explanation about animation, this space about astronauts in the space. So it is his future film, Diploma, you right?
Yeah, okay, so my question would be, let's say you are in the same position, like at the beginning of this production, but now you are on a tighter deadline or like limited time, limited budget. Let's say you have some constraints, right? So what would you sacrifice in the pipeline to achieve the same effect? I mean the same visual effect.
Yeah, that's very tricky, and that's something probably many people fight with and have to fight with, especially when you have limited finances. So it's really hard. I think it helps to have a good concept at the beginning, so you don't need to go through many iterations and just experiment without really knowing what you are trying to create. So maybe having the model already and not like changing it all the time could save some time, and things like this procedural workflow really helps to save time and money also. So it's kind of hard, like I guess getting the final look as soon as possible for one shot, and maybe then you can move a bit faster on the other shots as well. And finally, if anyone would be interested, I have a YouTube channel. So here is the link. It's called VFX Studio Koliba, so you can check it out.
Let's show us. If I started this idea, try to find it on the second screen. It is amazing because he did his project before school, and I hope he is working on this project still. And if you can show us any video that you did, I don't know, last time or some time.
Recently I haven't done many videos, but over the time there are like many tutorials and stuff like that. For example, there is the stone jam that I was making the presentation right now. So there is also some information about the process, and like I've been doing it for quite a few years, so there's a
show us some example from your, not from school, but outside of school.
Outside of school, well, some compilations maybe from years. This was before school. Yeah. Like I've been doing a lot of short videos with a bit more simple effects. I wasn't really doing a lot of 3D back then, so it was just kind of experimenting. This could be an example of like things that don't look perfect, but the cool thing about this was that I was like doing this like once per 2 weeks or like on a regular basis, so I was really doing it for quite a long time. Yeah, like there is the whole compilation of various things.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much.
I don't know who made the first question on mocap, but just to add that regarding the scale and the retargeting, in some projects sometimes we have to hire the new actor because when the actor has a totally different physiognomy from the monster, when you scale down the movements, they look weird. And sometimes it's more cheap to hire a new actor, do a new movement, than rather than do the animation and retargeting, which is quite demanding. So, okay, let's move for Wojtek, sorry, your name?
It is Czech name.
So it's totally different from Portuguese. The situation, we moved to completely the vowels, etc. So sorry about that. He's a game design from Brno and graduated of the secondary art school in motion design in Czechoslovakia. After completing a bachelor degree in game design, he continues directly into the master program at the same institution. His work centered on the visual side of game development, supported by broad generalist skill sets across multiple disciplines. As producer of student projects, HATS, he contributes to a title that later receives the Czech Student Game of the Year award. Congrats! In addition to his academy work, he has spent 1.5 years as a 2D artist at Pixel Federation, working on a long-running mobile game project. So, looking forward to see your portrait mental disorders in games.
Thanks so much.
Okay.
Mic check, always. Okay. So, first of all, I would like to ask you all, if you played any of these games, please raise your hand. Alright, thank you. So, what are we going to talk today? I will start with some theory and explain the topic a little bit. Then we will look at some examples and where I think it works the best, and what works and what doesn't work. And then I will try to circle it back to my own project and do some insight on my bachelor version and what my current version for my master studies, and overall some conclusion. And the goal of this presentation is really depends on who you are and what your knowledge is, but it can be either that if you never heard of it, maybe give you some idea that this topic exists. Maybe if you know about it, it would maybe give you some new ideas, and if you are a game designer, can possibly lead to some inspiration in your future projects. The theory that I want to focus on is mostly the differences between mediums portraying mental disorders nowadays. Maybe supported with the fact that they are more common nowadays and they're breaking some certain public stigmas. And the question is how are they depicted and what can we grasp and feel and experience. So why are games so unique? If we take, for example, literature, the experience of feeling those mental illnesses and disorders will be mostly in your self-interpretation and your own imagination, which is very in contrast to the film industry, where you consume mostly the visual part, and you get your immersion in this way. But in games, you actually are in control of the character, and in some cases with the disorders, and you can feel and make decisions from perspective of a different person. So there's the base. There is some more differences. On each of those platforms or medias have their own strengths and some limits, and their own unique form of representation. and I don't think that we can say that like games do it better. I think they just do it different, and each of those mediums does it in like its own way, its own unique way. There are also some alternative media or some alternative projects. There are QR codes. If you're interested, you can check it out. The Machine to Be Another is, I believe, from Spain, a project where you basically can experience to be a different person through some sensory equipment and VR and stuff like that. And the We Feel Fine is like a database where people type their emotions and feelings and like this. And I feel like it ties a little bit to the topic. Yeah, so that's it. But let's just focus on the games for a little bit. I will present one game as like most important because I think it does it in the best way possible, especially with this topic, which is a game called Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, which was released in 2017 by British studio Ninja Theory, and it's about a Celtic warrior who and her journey through this depressing world. And the interesting part about it is that we are playing as her, and she's having some psychosis and schizophrenia elements incorporated directly into the gameplay, which is either visual or like with the sound, with the audio. And I will play you in just a second some tiny bit of the game, and I'll show you there. And why I think it's very important, I will link you the document in 1 second if you're interested in, but the work behind the game with the professionals and the neuroscientists and with people suffering with the same conditions is, I think, the best ever like game did it. And this even sparked in me the interest in this topic in the first place, because when I played this game for the first time, like I didn't have any similar in terms of even like the power and everything, like experience playing a game. So that's why I'm interested. Let's take the example, and please try to focus on the audio, not on the main narrator, but like on the secondary audio.
Once again, hell is reaching deep inside of her. Stormy seas and lost souls. She's dreamt of this before.
It's coming.
They say dreams are visions of our memories, thoughts, and fears, as seen by our inner eye. What if each one of us is always dreaming, even when awake? And we only see what our inner eye creates for us. Is this what hell is? A world shaped by Senua's nightmares. Maybe that's why people fear seeing the world through our eyes.
Yes, she's scared.
Because if you believe that Senua's reality is twisted, you must accept that yours might be too.
And here is a link to the documentary if you're interested in that. The audio in the Hellblade case plays like this insanely important part, where, as you could have heard, that there are these spatial audios imitating the voices in one's head, and also like visually the pacing and the work with silence and like just letting us to fully feel the character in her skin and to more experience it. That's what I'm trying to say. There are a few other games for my surprisement, like even much older. This is from Silent Hill 2, made in 2001. I wasn't even born yet. And in this case, like this, the mental disorder is portrayed mostly visually and how the world is constructed. We play in this world where is this iconic fog, which represents the inner state of the protagonist's mind and the way the world is structured that technically doesn't make sense and is pretty horror-like and I don't know, scary and chaotic, but like everything acts like it's totally making sense. There are monsters walking everywhere and people burning and I don't know what, and everything seems fine, but like it's like we are playing it through his experience and we maybe can take a sneak peek like what it is like to go through that. There's this old game as well called Eternal Darkness, where which has some pretty original approach to this topic. Basically, you have this sanity meter, and when you go insane, few elements starts happening in the game. For example, like this is where the statues start looking at you. The game messes with you in multiple other ways, like turning your audio off or even pretending that your save files are deleted and just messing with you. For example, when this is a room when you enter, but it's upside down. So this is I find interesting, and the game is set in like this haunted mansion, so it makes sense. Next, this is a game called Depression Quest, which I find interesting from a very different way, and basically is this like text game written in the Twine engine, where you play as a person with depression, and the interesting part is that some of your controls and like the options you can choose are just crossed because it's written by a person who was suffering from depression, and this is her way saying like, oh, in this situation, if you're in my skin, you wouldn't be able to do this. Maybe from your perspective, it seems pretty normal, and like it's everyday thing and very normal, but like in my skin, this isn't possible. Yeah, so those are some interesting ways, and I would quickly want to show you my project called Ether, which is inspired by everything mentioned above a little bit, and still is based on a mental disorder as well. First of all, I would like to play you a short video, like trailer, to get an idea how it looks a little bit. Yeah, so just a little bit about the project. It's a story game from third perspective, like adventure, when we follow our protagonist through his subconsciousness, basically. And where the interesting idea is that there is this disorder called dissociative amnesia, which is basically physical reaction to some traumatic event in your life, and this is your way of your mind like blocking certain memories, making you unwillingly forget memories or certain memories about some events in your life. And this disorder I use as a structure for my game. So we follow our protagonist in his subconsciousness, and we are trying to relocate those forgotten memories and piece out together a story and the backstory and maybe take some action in the world as well. As I mentioned, I'm not using the disorder as like main characteristic or anything, but I'm approaching it through a game structure, which is made by consulting with a student of psychology which had experience with a person suffering with similar condition, and discussing with her like how this person would navigate through this world, what he would know, what he wouldn't know, if it makes sense, and like discovering the memories and tying it all together, and if this visualization of this disorder even makes sense in the first place, and if it's doable. So, yeah, and I don't know, for example, like the world slowly changes and shifts its colors and objects and its atmosphere based upon how the player is feeling, because like it's in his mind. So like, is this allegory about like this recovery from the loss and stuff like that? Those are some visuals. I work a lot with the symbolism, a lot of shards and shattered structure. On the right there is how the world changes like seamlessly, that you don't recognize it at first, but like it reflects the inner state of the player. Yeah, and there is a few things that I think in the bachelor version of the projects didn't went too well, and maybe we can take like an example or learn from it a little bit. That the earlier version explained too much and trusted the player too little, meaning that I was trying to show him everything like chronologically. There were also very heavy monologues, like this narrator guy explaining the backstory instead of the player experiencing it himself. And the structure was very linear, that it felt just go from point A from point B, totally killing the exploration and the interest in the game, basically. And this all was tying as well was tying to the fragmentation part, that at the end of the day it wasn't very fragmented as I was intended. But I'm continuing with the project on the master level now currently, and those are some things that I'm working on to support this focus on the topic and this premise. That I'm working more with the shatterness of the environment, meaning there is more exploration. You can reveal those hidden memories in certain order, which I didn't let you in before. And the environment, when you uncover those memories, directly translate what the memories are, meaning that basically you are searching them inside of the memories, inside your mind, which supports more the overall theme and the subject. And the memories are now visualized by a mock-up holographic scenes, which is more improved from the original spoken word, that we can see and maybe feel a little bit more about the feelings and the mood and everything. And I focus a lot more on audio, and not just the atmosphere, but like using it as a core mechanic in the game. For example, you need to follow certain sounds, or like the sounds give you certain audio cues for your gameplay, which otherwise would be much harder for you to navigate through certain spaces and like that. Because I feel like in some certain, like the memories and the fragmentation and everything, not just the visual part is associated with the memories, and sometimes just the sounds is basically all the memories that's left. So I'm broadening the introspective part of the game in this way. And let me just tie it all together somehow, and maybe take some takeaways from it. I would say don't try to use it lightly. If your goal is to make a game that fully shows or supports some of these conditions, a good example is like portrayal of mental disorders is very commonly used in antagonists or some iron bad guys that we say they are insane and end of story, and that gives the reason for them to be just bad guys, and we doesn't elaborate much more. And I don't know if you see, I don't know, the Joker movie and everything like that, which take a different approach, and we take a look at the disorder itself rather than just being, oh, that's the reason. So I would put more effort into thinking how can we do it as truthfully to the reality, and maybe even show it to people with some sort of similar states of mind, so they can put their reasonings. The discovery part is super important, as I mentioned in the theory as well, that if we show the player everything and tell him everything, the experience will be much less impactful, and the power of the game medium is to let him explore, make decisions, choose what do you want to say, and try to get as much to the character as possible. And use the aspects of the game as best together as possible, meaning all the mechanics, visual, sound, narrative should all come together supporting this cause, not and using its strengths rather than just being there. Yeah, and thank you.
Thank you very much. I think once more very important topic. So in the end there will be space also for another question from another students. Now I want to ask if Martin is online, if we can hear each other. Martin Belas? No, he had to prepare his question. So please, Lesana, try to tell Behanova, try to tell your question.
Hi, so my question is, why did you choose that specific disorder? Because there's a lot of disorders that like have struggles with memory, so why that one?
Do you want the real answer or the
real one?
Okay. Me myself, I'm not an expert, and I don't have direct experience with any of the things mentioned above. And I was just purely researching what disorders there are and what can serve as this purpose of giving structure to a game. And this, I find that it makes the best sense to do it. And the more I research it, I like find more interesting. But there isn't like the reason that I don't know. Someone in my family had it, so I had to make it. It's just pure interest.
Also, have you tried to like test it with a person that has this disorder?
Not yet, but
okay.
it's on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
What's the next path or steps for this game?
Okay. Basically, right now, working with what's left from the bachelor thing, which is basically just the idea, and improving and iterating the script, the models, the visual. There is a larger scale to show more stuff and make the story bigger. The original game was like only the first half of the game because of the time management and deadlines and everything. So right now, and I even have more people in my team, so like the bigger scope is the.
Yes, Martina. She's student of the third class of game design. Excellent.
Hi, great presentation, and I really like this game. I saw it last year. I was wondering, since you mentioned Hellblade, I liked that game, but I couldn't finish it. The reason was those voices were very unnerving for me. I think I probably had some kind of sensory issue with it. But I was wondering if your game has some kind of elements like this, what are the steps you're going to take to ensure that anyone can play this game, or will you have any kind of mechanics like this in the game that might need accessibility settings or something?
Yeah. The thing is that the disorder that I chose is not like this directly, I don't know, frightening or scary on everything. Is, as I was saying, it serves the purpose of the structure of the game. So it's not directly, the premise of the game isn't to know how it feels being someone with this disorder, but rather than the topic of the game. And there is this story, and like it's still, you know, like you discover, and it's a story game at the end of the day. But this makes like it's a spine of the game. And with the accessibility, yeah, there will be some spatial sound. There will be some rhythmic stuff as well, and a lot of discovery, but not directly this scary experience. No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Somebody else want to set the question? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Now what happened that our student appeared. Lukáš Kasak is online, so we'll try to connect with him.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I apologize for joining this late, but I'm currently sick, so I'm just presenting online just now.
So if we can see your presentation, and if you can set your camera,
Yep.
switch on.
So, can you see my presentation?
We can see presentation, but we still don't see you.
Oh, okay. Okay, stick up this one. Oh. Oh, I don't know how can I set up this right now. Yeah, it will be problem if I don't
No, so we'll
have camera.
It moment.
Yeah.
So try to share your space once more because I stopped.
Yeah. Okay. So here it is. So presentation is fine, right? You can see
We
it.
can hear, we can see. Continue, please.
Yeah, okay. Hello everyone. My name is Lukáš Kasak. I'm first year master student, and today we will look at AI tools and workflows. They can help you save time and money on your projects. So let's start. At the first, yeah. So at the first, I personally use all AI tools I will show you today. My goal is to help these who are new to AI and don't know how to start. I want to share my expertise with you. So, I want to clear one thing. These tools are made to help people, to small teams. I don't want to disrespect manual work. It was only better to learn basic of your field first. then you can use AI tools to your advantage. So I divided this workflow into 5 stages. So stage 1 is LLMs. LLMs means large language models. They are the most popular tools like Gemini or ChatGPT. I will show you how to use them for your visual work later on. Stage 2 is about visual generation. We will talk about image and video generations. I will demonstrate LLM tools with standalone models, and I will show you pros and cons. Stage 3 is about enchanting quality. We will look at AI footage and images. I will show you how to fix the quality lost during the compression. Stage 4 is all about sound. We can create original music with no copyright issues. I will show you AI voice doubles and sound effects. We also learn how to fix bad audio quality. And in the last stage, we will focus on 3D meshes and motion capture. I will show you how AI can create 3D models and track movement. This will be the final part of the workflow. So, like I said, LLMs are standard chatbots models. You can think of Gemini or ChatGPT as your second brain. They can help you writing scripts, dialogues, and help you with programming. They are also perfect for brainstorming and new ideas. So the most important thing is to choose the right LLM. Every model offers something different. You should pick the one that works best for your specific tasks. Let's look at the Gemini by Google. It's my favorite model right now. It works perfectly with other Google apps. It's excellent for analyzing long scripts and prompts. It also includes Imagen 3 for images and Veo for videos. For freelancers, Gemini has very good price compared to others. The price is around 80 euros. For this price, you can get almost every feature. So other competitors usually cost around 22 euros. So Gemini is very cheap and powerful option. Next is Cloud. It is a gold standard for programming. Many people think it's the smartest model today. However, it does not offer any image or video generations. It costs around 20 euros. This is good price for main goal is high quality coding. Another one is ChatGPT from OpenAI. It's still good. It's still good for coding, but his competitors is now much better. Right now, it's weakest from these three models. Also from April 26, the Sora video generation will end for public. It will be only for interval searching. ChatGPT will be, it's around 20 euros, so it's not very good deal for freelancers anymore. And the last one is Grok from Elon Musk. It's fastest for real-time information because it's connected to Twitter. Gemini, for example, Gemini updates news are refreshing every, I don't know, every 24 or 48 hours. So Grok is much better for searching newest information on internet. It's also most controversial tool. It has very small censorship, so you can generate explicit content like gore or sexual images with almost no limits. So on this slide, you can see the graph comparing all these tools. I also add my personal rating for each. This summary will help you to choose the best tool for your specific needs. Hybrid workflows. Now we move on stage 2. I want to focus on hybrid workflows. This means we mix real footage with AI-generated clips. We can create camera angles and scenes that are impossible to film solo. It adds scale and complexity to your project. Another great way to use AI is for quick queries. I don't know why there should be another image. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Anyway, it's so we can create quick queries. You can easily test different lighting or action scenes. It's very fast and simple. This helps you to see your ideas before you start filming. And okay. And the last one, if you have badly filmed the scenes, you can use AI to fix them. You can enhance lower quality shots or change environment completely. This is very helpful when you cannot reshoot the scenes. Oh no, I don't know why this looks like this. Because I used animated stuff there, so I don't know why it's not working properly. Let me check it quick for a second. Okay. Okay, so this is a good problem right now. There should be information behind it, so this video shouldn't be here right now. So, oh my God.
Try to continue smoothly because we have a shortage of time.
Okay. So image generations. Now let's move image generations. For best results, you need high quality base image. Base image to video generator use this image to starting point. I personally use Nano Banana, but there are alternatives like Mid Journey are also great. Main problem is compression. Most outputs are only Full HD or 2K, and they lose a lot of detail. So that's why I recommend something like Adobe Firefly. Is great if you want to generate only part of the image or add new elements, because standard models usually lower the quality of the whole footage, but Firefly keeps your original quality, and you can export your work without losing any details. And the last one is Config UI with Flux. For total control and the highest quality, I recommend Flux from Config UI. You can generate images in native 8K resolution. There are no subscriptions, but you need powerful GPU because it's in PC software, and this can be problem for weaker computers. So stage 3 is about enhancing quality. We have several great tools for upscaling photo and videos. Topaz is the golden elite. It can fix low resolution and compression. It's also adds new details that were not in the original image. That result looks real and not fake or artificial. Great alternatives are for video. DaVinci Resolve has a great native feature to call super scale. For images, there is Magnific or Crea are excellent as well, but only for photos. They don't just increase the resolution, but they add amazing new details, similar to Topaz. So now we bring to sounds. It's not straightforward because there are many different AI tools for different tasks. For music, I often use Suno. It's a powerful tool for creating custom instrumentals. So you don't have to scroll through thousands of tracks in libraries like Epidemic Sounds. Most importantly, with the subscription, you own the rights for commercial use. I have free instrumental samples to show. I generated yesterday. for different genres. Yeah, so that's enough. Let's go with program. So another one is 11 Labs. It's perfect for movie dubbing, voiceovers, or generating SVX. You can create sounds of nature, animals, explosions. You can do whatever you want with it. Another one is Adobe Podcast. I use Adobe Podcast mainly because it's amazing tool for fixing bad audio. It can remove background noises and make your voice sounds more professional. So this is the final stage 5. It's for users who need 3D assets, and Triple AI and Meshi are great tools. You can create 3D mesh from few photos in the seconds. I also use for my personal projects. Okay. We also have AI motion capture for low budget movies. You don't need expensive mockups. With Move AI, you can record movement with 3 cameras or phone and retarget the animation to any character easily. And the last one is like a recap. And here is complete pipeline of everything we discussed today. And that's finally over.
Thank you. It's pity that you didn't show something from your original work. You showed something that you will use in future, but it is just little. Tomorrow we'll have television Markiza here, and they will describe the process with Let's Dance trailer. Yes, and I spoke with them, and I said that the similar quality you had in your second year final work, Colosseum, Roman style, and you did it alone, and they did it maybe 30 or 50 people. Okay, so it would be nice to compare your project with their projects tomorrow. Yes, but now question. The first question will set for you Katerina Puzik from Ukraine, student of the first year visual effects.
Okay, so my question is, if everyone starts using all these tools, won't everything will look the same? Won't everything look the same in the end, since the algorithm works based on previously generated prompts by other people?
Yeah, so it's similar like camera. Camera doesn't make a movie, director does. So AI provides the pixels, but you provide the vision. So it's true that people spot generative AI flop, we can say, but you are the filter. So you can take this raw AI footage and use your editing skills or post-production to transform it to something better.
Je Petra Plaskorová, student of the third class of visual effects.
Yes, thank you. My question is if you've ever trained your own AI model or if you plan to.
If I train my own AI model?
Yes.
Okay. No, I didn't try it yet, but no. I didn't try it yet, so nope.
Okay, last question, Michal Fajta.
I would like to ask, how do you think the classic visual effects pipeline will change using AI in the future, or even how is it changing now?
I think it will be more reels about some manual work we like rotoscoping or stuff like that, and maybe it will be more faster to produce more project in smaller time than it was able to before.
Okay, thank you for your answers.
I have also a small question. I was just like, it's a tiny question. I was just curious. May I?
Yes.
Yeah,
I was
of course.
curious. Was AI used also for writing the script for this presentation?
I didn't hear that.
Was-
Can you repeat that, please?
Was AI also used for writing the script for this presentation? Is this the
I don't.
hard to say?
I can understand that.
Okay.
Can you repeat that again?
I asked if you use AI to write the script for this presentation.
That's secret, but yeah, it's very good buddy for stuff like this. So you got me. But also, it's not fully generated by AI.
I know. I was just curious.
So it's giving me like base model, and I just adjusted for my preferences. So it's a great way to create like projects or something like this, to not spending so much time about stuff. You can literally prompt that and just fix a few stuff in there, and that's it. So yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you for your answers. And we'll continue because we are very late now. Next presentation will be by Patrick Klučar. He will be the last student from VŠMU. And then there will be two other guests, one from Czech Republic and one from Slovenia. So,
hello. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, Patrick is a first-year master student at Visual Effects here at Bratislava. He works as a generalist at Blue Faces Studio, but primarily focus on simulations, look development, and tool development. Sorry,
within the side effects within the software. Great. His main interest lies in CGI, animals and creatures, as well as researching and testing various new technologies procedures. He's also interested in film directing and strives to combine his interest in technological solutions with passion for storytelling, expressing ideas and creating feeling experience in his short school films and assignments. So, good luck with your presentation.
Hello everyone. Nice to see you everyone, and I will try to be faster because we are running out of time a bit. So, thank for introduction. In this presentation I want to talk about some of the things that I came up with while doing the 3D for a couple of years. I think that 10 years or more. But professionally I'm working around 3 years in the visual effects production, and I'm studying here at Citrus State. Those are a couple of my projects from a couple of years while I was studying here. While doing those, I found some ways to improve my workflows. So I would like to share what I came up with and what works for me. If some of those ideas will stay with any of you, I would be just honored. Firstly, I would like to talk briefly about the biology. My personal view is that the human brain is high-performance processor with very bad cooling system and tendency to freeze under heavy load. I think it speaks for itself, so let's see what some researchers found. Those are just some quick fun facts that I found in some researchers. You have only 3 to 4 hours of deep work per day. Context switching takes average to 23 minutes to go back to the flow state. You only get 70 good decisions per day, and there are 2 theories about concentration loss. First is overload with too much information and tasks, and the second is underload with too much repetitive stuff and boring stuff. So, what is my strategy with this knowledge? Be careful when you spend your limited focus time. Let the computer does the dirty work and keep our time and energy for creative work. So, we heard about some basic ideas. Now let's talk about how to use it in the actual VFX production. What I think is the important for the efficiency is to fix some misconceptions first. This part sounds like for the beginners, but I want to point it out because I've seen a lot of those things even in the professional international projects. So some of the misconceptions. First is obviously the poly count. It's not only about the poly count, it's about the file sizes, heavy assets, and a lot of waiting for the computer with no performance. I hear people say I have a weak computer, but it's not really about the machine. In the 90s, they were doing the CGI on computers less powerful than the phones that every one of you have in the pockets. So consider this example. Which of these images do you think have more polygons? The sphere or the box? Most would assume the sphere needs more polygons so you don't see edges on the sides, but of course there is a catch, otherwise I would not put it here. The box actually has more polygons because of the bevel, but what about the sphere? Well, it's not the sphere, it's just one polygon with the texture on it and normal map that bends the light, and also the mapping of the texture creates only illusion of the 3D. What I want to say with this, it's better to think out of the box than struggle with performance. That's how you can focus later only on the creative part. The other example is the render time. We all been there. I cannot render something like this. It takes too much time. Look at this example on the right. I just sketched a bunch of boxes, broke and normals, added the glass rough material to create some abstract work. I waited for an hour and 5 minutes, and it's still not rendered yet. You can see the brackets around. The other image is the monkey from our page or movie that you already seen. I will talk about it later more. This image took only 5 minutes and 30 seconds for one frame to render, and also we had the shots where it was rendered in 40 seconds and less. It depends how much space on the camera it takes. So to say it quickly, the render time does not equal quality. It's the lighting, animation, anatomy, story, etc. Another common misconception for the beginners are the references. Lots of people think that more anatomy knowledge will lead to need less references, but it's the other way around. The more you know about the anatomy, the more you will need and want to see about the things you are creating. I write down another quote. I'm not a god creating a monkey, I'm just a CG artist recreating the species that already exist. So I look at what it actually looks like. So, very important thing is to concentrate why you started the project. Lots of the time we get lost in throughout the project, and find the easiest and fastest way how to achieve it. For example, the simplest way to achieve some of the goals are not actually by the 3D, or when we can do it in the 2D, we should do it in composite and not even bother to doing it in 3D, and the other way around. And there is another thing I would like to say about the efficiency. Don't be effective, just to make it clear. Be prepared for another quote. The most effective way to be effective is not to be effective when you have time. What I mean by that, the VFX and CGI takes time. It takes time to research and develop, and if you haven't done something like simulating the clothes, creating the character, you need to learn along the way. And that takes time, and you don't always have the time. But when you do have the time, be creative and playful with these softwares. Open the computer and, as they say, F around and find out. Ideally, when you have time for it. Those are a couple of my projects I did. For example, the procedural 3D generator. I never really needed that, but I was playful and I did it. Also the procedural boat. I learned while doing them the procedural modeling that I can use in the actual production now. The other random project that I did, I called it the Time Killer, aka the Flappy Birds for Houdini. When you can play the Flappy Birds inside the nodes in Houdini. Did I need it? Not really, but who wouldn't want one? I learned Python coding while doing this, so now I can use this knowledge when I need a tool for the professional projects, and it will be easier and faster for me than before. Also, I can play Flappy Birds in Houdini. I also have the folder for this kind of stuff, so I don't bother my mind finding those files. And every time when I'm just don't know where to save something, it goes right here. And it's not really clean here, but every time I want something random and I know I did it and I need now some knowledge from that, I just go to this folder and find it here. Okay, now less random stuff. How to make a dumb monkey. We've seen we heard about this project from the Joseph, the co-director of this movie. What was important here is to keep philosophy of the movie, and but because we are on the VFX and game design conference, so let's talk about the VFX. So meet Go. Go is the CGI monkey that we did for this movie. What we wanted was the emotional connection with him. What affect this? The face and the eyes. This is very, very important. We knew to connect with the character, you need eyes that will tell you whatever there is a life behind them, or if it's just a 3D model. That's why we spent most of the time on the face and eyes than any other parts of his body. And how to do this, as you heard from Joseph, with a lot of iteration and believability. And how to do that? So we built a pipeline that allowed us to do those kinds of things, those iterations, without thinking about technical difficulties and limitations. We could freely update sculpt, rig, animation, groom at any time in the pipeline. So we had absolute creative freedom. To see some numbers, only 2 months of post-production of the whole movie. That means the cut, grading, sound, music, and 2D2 to 2D3, 22 to 23 VFX shots with the Go. And me and Joseph were also directing this movie, so managing what, where, and when to do was very overwhelming. And also we were both working at that time during those 2 months. To manage lots of this stuff, we used Soko. Soko is the software that is built in the Voltacy studio where we are working both. It allowed us to stop worrying about folder structures and helped us manage what is done and what should we do next and who should do it. Every time we could, we open just laptop every day, open the Soko, we see what we need to do, click open software, and we are ready to go. No need to finding anything or thinking about the folders and tables. We knew it was overwhelming to concentrate on creating cameras and then move to this animation and the lighting. So only to realize that we need to cameras and lighting for other shots. So we managed to do the HDRIs and cameras for all the shots at first to reduce context switching. I was responsible for the plates and references and HDRIs. I did it all in one nuke script, so I never had to deal with HDRIs again and think about them. Some of the automatizations we did for this project, we created a script called GoUpdate. Now, when I update the rig or any HDI for the Houdini, Joseph just click an icon on his desktop and it's done. You just have the same tools now. We had shelf tools like the Go would put the monkey character directly into the blank Houdini file anytime. You don't even have to check if it's the final version of the model or the groom. It was always the final version. We managed that by using the master file. We created an FBX of the monkey that was automatically imported into every scene. Because the FBX was master, updating that one file updated the character in every single shot automatically. The same applied for the groom. We updated the main file and it updated it across all the shots. To quickly mention our nodes that helped us, we have the mockup tool where we just put the raw mockup data and it automatically retargeted it to our rig. We had option to shift this animation or mix the multiple mockups by duplicating this node and mix between them very easily. GoRig and GoFace rig are separated for the flexibility. Body rig worked as additive layer of the animation. You could have more of them connected together, or you can have one button that bakes the animation to keyframes, it cleans and clean it like that. It depends on the shot or the workflow of the artist. Overcomplicated rigs can be heavy for laptops sometimes, so we managed to do this by using the proxy rig. Even though the rig itself can run at about 20 to 25 FPS, we created the proxy version which we used to animate the body. It runs 60 or more FPS. It allowed us to concentrate entirely on the motion rather than worrying about bugs or whatever the playback was real time. It was real time all the time, which means we could iterate on the motion as much as we liked. As I say, the most effective way to be productive is to be productive when you have time. So when we had time in the pre-production, we explored a few ideas, like the muscle simulation. We prepared everything for this, even though it was not used. It wasn't useless, we just learned the whole workflow and know-how, so we can use it in another project. Other topic was the photogrammetry. We said, we have time, why don't photoscan the monkey in the zoo? We tried to create a photoscan of the real orangutan in Bratislava Zoo. We ran into some issues, so we didn't use them, but we used the photos as the great references. Eventually, I found a video of an orangutan from the orangutan school, where the animal rotated its head. I looked at it, took a few frames from the rotation, isolated the head, and created the photogrammetry model from those images. While the specific model wasn't used directly, it was incredibly useful for estimating the real proportion. The real anatomy was already there, and proportional measurements were great. Then we gave our monkey slightly different proportions because we wanted it to look older, not like a baby, but it was at least the best measurement that we could ever have. So, to the summary, computers should help and support artists, not exhaust them. Be clever with your focus, energy, so you can stay creative. And that's all from my side. If there is any question, I'm open.
Thank you. Very nice, good presentation. Sylvia Rakociova put first question.
Okay, hello. So maybe I will have two slightly different types of questions for you. My first one is that you mentioned like efficiency, and sometimes there's like quote that the quality is better than quantity, but I don't think about this type like for artists and arts the departments. You need basically quantity to have quality. And for you, you mentioned you had also a lot of tests and references. How would you say, how much time did you have for the references and tests and developments, and how much time it took in a final shots for you?
Yes.
Like if you separate those two parts.
So we knew that after the shooting, we will not have enough time. The 2 months that I was talking about was for the whole post-production of the movie because of the late shooting day. And we knew that the production of the movie is very heavy and we can't really depend on it. So we did all the things that we could before. If we had the time for creating the whole monkey, we knew the model, the skull, the groom, and the look there will take so much time, so we were doing this. If we still did not shoot anything, we will just improve those things, so the quality will go higher and higher. And also we were thinking when we had time about the pipeline and those stuff, just to make faster the things that will be needed for each shot at the last minute. So we managed to run the whole pre-production to just prepare for the time when we will not have enough time for anything.
Okay, Josef Planuszczak. Student the third class of visual effects.
Hi. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your presentation. It was very informative. I was wondering, the line between procrastination and flow state is slippery slope, and naturally we all like to avoid the first and achieve the second. So I was wondering, what's your take? What's your advice?
Yes, that's a great question, because I did not talk about procrastination, even if it's the really big thing in the efficiency. My approach with procrastination is mostly that you don't do the task because you think it will be overwhelming and stuff. But I heard some words from someone, I'm not sure who told them, that only thing you will just focus to sit down and do the one line if you want to draw. Just do the one line and then you can get the paper and put it somewhere else. You don't need to do the whole drawing. But eventually, if you take the pencil, take the paper, sit down, do the one line, you will continue to draw. You will continue to do the whole thing that you wanted to do. And so the procrastination, I think, is only at the beginning. So when you are sitting there, you will just tell yourself, okay, I will do one keyframe for the animation. You will continue to doing this.
Okay, thank you for everything.
I have a question.
One more.
I just want to ask, what was the experience of shooting the real monkey if you were on the set? Like, what was the experience like? Or how did you get even the permits to do that with the zoo?
So we did not have permission. We were communicating with the PR manager of the zoo, but we were just, as the guests, we went to the corridor and the monkeys came to us, so we were shooting through the glass.
Okay, because I thought there was a green screen behind. Okay.
No, there were just bad images with wrong white balance. But we were in the corridors through the glass, and we wanted to turn on light in this corridor, but the PR managers and the people that are taking care of those monkeys are very
Okay, so
protective.
don't ask for stock images from the zoo.
Yeah, don't ask to disturb them. They are afraid that when you turn on the lights, the monkey will panic.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we have a guest from University of Tomáš Baťa in Zlín. He's a PhD student.
So Thomas is a narrative and game designer, and currently working in his PhD dissertation. Thesis concerned with transportation of dramaturgical theories from audiovisual arts to game development. After his master degree in film direction and script writing and TPU in film, his experience ranged from writing and designing video games, creating documentaries, dramaturgy, to writing animated series and short films. So
afternoon. I am Tomáš Kubeček and I come here from Malmö University in Lille, where after I studied film, I moved to studying dramaturgy in video games. And what is the dramaturgy? We all know that we should use dramaturgical theories as a tools while working, yet we learn them when we first learn them at school by analyzing finished products, which which is useful to learning the theories, but the mindset of using them while working can be quite different. And that's what I hope to show you today, the mindset of how can we use dramaturgical theories while working from my personal experience. First, what kind of theories I'm going to talk about. To know nobody's surprised, heroes, as the name of the presentation suggests, the first dramaturgical theory I am going to use is hero's journey. It's a story structure, and why did I pick this story structure and not any other? It's because it's very hero-centric, and while we are in a video game medium, we should not only concentrate on player character as a hero of the story structure, but also as a player himself as a hero. So this is a kind of unique perspective to video games as opposed to movies and books. And when talking about the hero, I want to talk about some things that I picked up that when we work with hero's journey, it might seem like it doesn't fit the video game medium. For example, we have this point, refusal of the call, where the hero does not want to go on a quest, but from experience with video games, we know that the player wants to play, he wants to go on a quest. So it might seem like the hero's journey could be useless, but it's far from true, because Vogler, who adapted hero's journey from psychology to movies, answered this question already, because we have two types of hero. We have the unwilling hero who doesn't want to go on a quest, but we also have willing heroes, and so we still have refusal of the call, but it has a different feel to it. We don't need to convince an unwilling hero we don't need to motivate him to go on a quest. We need to show the willing hero the price of failure, or that the journey is not going to be as easy as he thinks. So in a video game setting, we put the obstacles on his journey earlier than we would in a movie, for example. These are just some examples, but dramaturgical theories work best when combined together to really fit the situation we are in. And I'm going to be talking about motive. We have an expert on motive and leitmotiv, Professor Lavik here, but for the purpose of this presentation, all you need to know that the motive is any repeated element throughout the video game or a movie or a story, and that serves several functions. And if any element has only one function or appears only once, we really should be asking ourselves whether we need it in a game, or whether we need it in the story, or whether we can connect it with some other motive to work. So these are some basic dramaturgical theories I'm going to mention. And now, before I move to examples, I would like to say something about the game I am going to mention the examples from. I worked on third-person survival crafting game set in prehistoric time, and it has some, even though it's a sandbox and it's an open world, it has some light campaign for tutorial purposes and with some light story. So that's what I'm going to be drawing my perspective from. But I want you to know that this is not about the game I'm going to present. This is about the mindset, and you can adapt it to any project you are working on as a designer. First example would be some environmental storytelling. This is the closest we are going to get to a book or a movie in a video game setting, because the hero of this story is someone else. So the player is basically discovering objects, locations, journals, and other things in the game world that tell a story. He basically reads the location and has some piece of the story. The player discovers these different locations as not in linear order, so it's more akin to Linda Aronson's parallel narrative structures, but when we put them linearly, they tell a classic three-act structure. So that's basically what I used the hero's journey for. I double-checked where the locations in the story are and whether it tells a coherent story, all the locations I put into the game. And some example of how else it might be useful to you. Let's say, for example, that player discovers a site of an old some battlefield, so it might have been a climax of some story, and the knowledge that it's part of the climax and not an tests allies and enemies, for example, can help you figure out the feel of the scene you need and double check whether the function is there. So that's just some example of how we can use environmental storytelling. Other example can be when the player discovers a sunny village, nothing happens there, so we read it as an ordinary world, and because we know that something is going to happen, something has to happen in the story, so we are looking where the problem is. So if we want it to be an ordinary world first, then we know what feel are we going for when designing space in the game or anything else. So to nobody's surprise, you can use story structure in a campaign. So we are designing a story. It's a story element, so narrative element, so nothing surprising there, but I want to show just that you can use only part of the story structure. If you like outline a story or double check the story after you've written it, you can say, okay, we are designing this vertical slice where we have just a couple of quests, so we don't worry about open-ended questions because we are designing like introduction of the game, and then the questions will be answered later. So that's what feel you are going for. I would like now to move to the most important thing I would like you to take from this, and that's reacting to change, because video game development is wild, and you can have brilliant design document and everything written down, but it's unavoidable to run into some changes. Whether it be some you can run into technical difficulties, some features just can be done, or budget cuts, or just order comes from upstairs that you need to change the direction of the game. So on your picture here you can see I highlighted two motives on a hero's journey, because our game there was an early design choice to have it set in prehistoric time, but with some sci-fi elements. So you had some tribe members, but you could run into a fallen spaceship, for example. And the story had two elements connected. Many more elements were there, but just for simplicity, there was this mist the player discovered in the prologue, and it was an environmental hazard. So we learned that something is there, but there is this big question mark. What is it? Later on, the player runs into a character, a wise old woman, who later gives the player information he needs to discover more about the mist and how to combat it and how to solve the problem and how it's tied to the sci-fi tech that's laying around. And in the central ordeal, in the midpoint, the player is forced to migrate because the mist catches up to him and the tribe needs to leave their camp. So that was the central story of some part of the campaign. But then in development, the decision came to scrap the sci-fi part. So here is the point where you really can apply dramaturgical theories and story structures to help you quickly and efficiently react to changes. Because when we analyze how it fits the hero's journey and how it fits the different points, we can clearly see what's left, what's missing, and whether it works as a motive or not. We can see that nothing right now works as a motive. What we have left. We have prologue that has some magical mist, but magical mist doesn't work because it appears nowhere else in the story. We have a character of a wise old woman, we have a character model, but she has nothing to do, and we have a migration as a mechanic, but it's not motivated by anything. So analyzing it with hero's journey and other dramaturgical theories can help us quickly fix and identify what needs to be fixed. For example, we made the prologue scene into a dream sequence, so the mist is not an issue, but the player now hunts a mammoth in the prologue, and we added him to the end. So the goal of the whole campaign is to build a tribe, a strong hunting party that will be able to hunt the mammoth from the dream. And Wise Old Woman got another quest line, so we reuse what we already have. We have a model, so we make use of it. And it might seem that the migration as a system, as a mechanic in the game is useless, and it's just appears just one time, so it's not a motive. So by what I said, it shouldn't even be there. But here you need to think outside the hero's journey setup and think more long term, because there is a whole game with its own hero's journey, and there the player will use the system of migrating from one place to another repeatedly. And when we talk about the system, is it possible to use hero's journey while designing or balancing game systems? Of course, we had a migration that worked like this. We have an ordinary world, the player has a camp somewhere, and then the resources start to run out, for example, or the player discovers a nicer place where he wants to set up camp. So that's the call to adventure, that's the inciting incident of the story we have. And I forgot to mention that this is the point where you really should start thinking about the player as a hero and not the player character, because it's his experience you are analyzing. We have some refusal of the call. The player might not want to go anywhere else, but we convince him by making the conditions so bad that the alternative is better. and then the player packs up the camp he has and crosses the threshold into the dark world and migrates to a new campsite, which is the road back. The road back and is the finding the new place and resurrection. The climax of the story here is building the new campsite, and then the return to the ordinary world where the problem of missing resources is solved and the camp is standing just in another place. And when we think about it this way, we can see clearly what could be wrong here, because we don't have half of the experience. We designed like start of the mechanic and its end, but we don't have like what's going to happen. The player is just going to move from point A to point B, so this might help us to think about other systems that might come in play here, because it's a sandbox game. We have a several mechanics that come into play here and create emergent storytelling. We can have some wild animals that the player needs to avoid on his way, or we can have a weather system that makes it so that our player has to carefully manage the tribe so they don't freeze to death, or we can have, or terrain generation comes into play here, because the player needs to navigate the dangerous terrain, for example. So these are things that fill this hole that appeared. And I want to briefly mention balancing. This is also true for the migration I was talking about, because we need to carefully balance so that the ordeal is an ordeal and that some tests, allies and enemies, whether the threat to the player feels just right. Or we had, for example, a happiness system in place for the tribe, that the more the tribe grew, the more the harder it was to keep them happy, and the player needed to somewhere he needed to stop, gather resources, and upgrade the accommodations for the time, upgrade the camp. So, but this might seem like we are editing just some numbers in an Excel sheet sometimes, but in truth we are talking about the story, and the fall of happiness comes in at some point, and we can shift it by balancing the numbers, so that, for example, if the happiness plummeted in a moment where there is a midpoint of the story, it might clash with some quest or event that we already planned out for this, so it would just overwhelm the players. So we might need it to change position somewhere else, so we tweak the numbers a bit so it fits the story that we want the player to experience. So and these are just some sources and some literature, but I would like to briefly summarize that dramaturgical theories should be used as a tool, and we should not become slaves to those theories. We can use them while designing a story for a game, while writing. We can use them while making locations and environment for the game. We can make use of them while designing systems and mechanics. So it's not just about making a narrative game, because by this perspective, everything is a story, everything that the player does. So I hope that you can take something away from this and start thinking about your stories and how can you use story structures and other dramaturgical theories. Thank you.
Question, Dominika.
I have less of a question about the presentation, more about
why did you decide to make the switch from film to games? Or was that originally your plan to work on games instead? Or are you working on both games and films? I was just curious if there's like a significant reason why you prefer one over the other.
Yeah, so I've played video games since I was little, so it was like very close topic to me. And after I studied film, I moved into cinematics for video games, which is again something half movie, half video game. And just like that, I got into like narrative design first, and then the game design of it. So it's like a journey for me.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Samo Čižmár, next question.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. It was really insightful. I was wondering during your research if you encountered any, forgot the name, research biases, I believe they are called.
Research biases? What do you mean?
Like povedzme nejaké problémy pri researchi, neviem ako to presne definovať.
Well, what I do is a qualitative research, but that's just as important as a quantitative one. And I made interviews with several different game designers from many fields. So it is my belief that dramaturgical theories and story structures are universal. For example, even when you get to design some escape games, for example, you can make use of them because you are creating experience for someone, and you want to double check it. Other thing might be that I'm a big fan of hero's journey, so there might be some bias, but I am sharing what I actually used while working. Of course, I've talked with other designers or living world designers that who studied, for example, theater before moving to video games, so they used their perspective on a stage and theater in the video games. For example, when you are talking about living world design, you in a open world game you need to like every situation the player can run into is a stage, but as well as you from the first row can see play on a stage. You have to see it from the last row or from the balcony in a theater. So the same is that when the player comes from one direction or the opposite one, the feel you want for the situation the player runs into has to be the same. So I'm just saying my perspective of what I studied in a film industry and what I translate while working. So there might be also different perspectives. So yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Okay, thank you for questions and answers. That's all. So once more, we have a last presentation for this morning. Lev Berlec is from Slovenia, so he's a very nice guest for us, and he will speak mainly from a position of student of CG Centrum school that is very famous, and two representatives we had last year, Rian Lely, maybe you can remember him, and also Oliver Rotter. So, bio.
Great that conference has students here from Central, fantastic. So Lev is a first-year student in animation and VFX bachelor program at GC Spectrum, receiving a scholarship here. Is focused on learning the skills to create characters and props optimized for real-time rendering while maintaining visual quality. From an early age, he was fascinated by 3D visuals in media and began exploring 3D through 3D printing and designing models in CAD software. This gradually developed into a broader interest in games development and 3D art, of course. During his studies, he developed skills in sculpting, texturing, and real-time rendering using tools such as Maya, ZBrush, Substance Painter, and Unreal Engine. And with no further ado, let's
So, Leo, your 20 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Hi, my name is Leo. I'm honored for this opportunity. I come from Slovenia, and I'm studying on a online school called CG Spectrum. They offer multiple different programs from like game design to VFX and concept art. There's numerous other programs. I'm studying for a bachelor's degree of animation and VFX. It's most focused on modeling. And yeah, I'm most interested in game art. In Slovenia we don't have a dedicated VFX or game design program. The closest thing I found is called the graphics and interactive communications, which sounds nice, but in reality, in my opinion, it's kind of outdated, and there's basically no 3D involved. So basically, I found the CG Spectrum school on the site called the Rookies, which is they have a global ranking for the creative schools. And after a year at CG Spectrum, I'm doing part-time. I basically participated in two 3D course subjects. One is the modeling fundamentals, and another is character and environmental modeling. The character that I'll be presenting today has been worked on during a 1.5 month period. It's basically my first character and first experience with organic modeling. And basically we had to create a bipedal character for an assignment, which should be either stylized or realistic, and I went for the realistic look. I knew from the start that I wanted to create some sort of lizard, so I began collecting references from real life animals and from works from other artists. And my original intention was to basically take
the features that I liked from different concept arts and create something unique and different. Yeah, so first I started with the blockout. I did it in Maya with a traditional poly modeling, which I think is great for learning the fundamentals, working with basic cylinders for major body parts and connecting them on places like shoulders and pelvis really pushes you to think about the edge flow and the deformations for early in the project. It also paid off because most of the blockout mesh could be reused as a low poly mesh. As soon I actually realized that how important a good reference is, because without the ability to see the front view and side view, it was really a nightmare. So that's why I decided to use the reference reference that you see up there, which that has multiple views from different angles. It's from Curtis Dave. And after my mentor commented that the posture looked too unstable and the legs were too thin, yeah, I decided to go for the reference that I talked about earlier. Then I started modeling the hands and legs and the head, which started with multiple spheres that I then connected and refined with creases. And I always checked how the mesh looked under the smooth mesh preview. The original plan was to sculpt the details in Maya, but that really didn't work for me. So I decided to learn ZBrush on the go, and actually next trimester I have a dedicated subject for ZBrush. But that meant that I was working like 10 hours or more a day, even though because I'm a part-time, I should be spending like 4 hours most. Yeah, but for sculpting I used the basic tools, nothing special, basic alphas and brushes, and basically experimented how they work with each other to make realistic skin details. Yeah, the feedback from my mentor was that for the first image that the neck is too wide and it's obscuring the silhouette of the head, and also that the muscle definitions and skin thickness were too inconsistent. That I tried to address in the short amount of time that I had. Yeah. Then next step was retopology. Yeah, I reused most of the mesh from the blockout. I added a larger subdivision, and I ended up. I modified it for on areas like joints for better deformation. I ended up with about 20,000 triangles. For UV unwrapping, I used a body texture set, which was 4K and 1K for eyes, and I think that gave me enough details, enough resolution for even close-up shots in Unreal. Yeah, during UV unwrapping, I just basically I wanted to make I did a logical placement, so it made the texturing easier. When it comes to texturing, I use the process of texturing by skin layers. Okay. Yeah, I started with base layers of reds, which represent the color of flesh and muscle. Then I used yellows for fat deposits and bones,
blues and purples were for the okay. Well, blues and purples are for the basically the areas with higher blood flow and thinner skin. I also hand painted the veins in dark purple, which gave a really nice result after the subsurface scattering. I used a white base for skin, which I painted on with like a dirt brush, which gave that spray painted look and let the lower layers randomly poke through. Then I added a layer and painted a layer of pinks for muscle definition and like skin stretching. I also added a dark gradient for arms, legs, and tail, which broke the uniformity, I think. Then the purples are for cavities, which, yeah, which were yeah, we were for cavities for areas that were not so yeah, apparent. Then I did another blending layer of white. And after that, I made a purple curvature layer, which basically targeted the skin, fine skin details like pores that were not visible after the baking. Then I found a substance material, which is that black pearl granite, and tweaked its colors and levels, which gave me like a nice skin discoloration look. I also added a blue color breakup layer for even more interest. Then for the capillaries, I used a plasma map with a low subsurface scattering value, which gave a really nice result later in the Unreal Engine. Then I made a roughness pass with which is made from base roughness breakup with leak map that gave that wet look, and also with curvature for the skin details. This layer is my favorite. It's basically like a marble map that made like a spider web film all over the model, and I increased the roughness and height and that made it look visible only from certain angles, and I think that made a difference in Unreal Engine. For subsurface scattering, I basically made a base subsurface scattering layer, which is from like a thickness from thickness bake. Basically, the thicker parts are less prone to scattering. Then layer for bones, which practically don't scatter at all, and also you can see the veins and capillaries scattering. Rendering was done in Unreal Engine. Before, I had limited experience with it, so I had to learn a lot on this stage. I started by setting a basic cyclorama, and I changed the color space for ACES CG. This is the skin material that I created, built using Unreal Engine's new substrates material system, which, unlike the traditional workflow, uses treats character skin as a real physical material, simulating both how the light bounces off and how it travels underneath, and for basically for the subsurface scattering. And yeah, I set up several parameters that help me color correct the texture, and basically fine-tune the subsurface scattering behavior. Here's material. Those were desaturation and hue, which changes the color of the underskin glow, thinness, which controls how thick the slab of skin physically is in the scattering calculation, and scale, which is like a global slider for subsurface scattering. For lightning, I initially tried the standard like a 4-point setup, which was quite nice for the turntable shots, but not necessarily for stills because the character is highly reflective. I fixed that by basically using point lights with increased source length, which prevented like harsh hotspots on the character's surface. For rendering, I used movie render queue with level visibility layers which helped me switch between light setups from different shots, along with light mixers, which helped me quickly check the lights, and a color grading window for the post-process volume. Here you can see the results from subsurface scattering, which basically the thing that you see that is in the shadow. There's a little bit of capillaries that are visible, but not necessarily on the lit part. Also, this is the renders when I started using Unreal Engine, and this is the end result. So how would I make this project better and completely game ready? First, I would read it and adjust the topology accordingly for deformations. For facial animations, I would make a mouth cavity and teeth meshes, and also eyelid geometry for blinking. I would also, that's just me brainstorming, I would also add dynamic normal landing, which is basically to make the skin deform more realistically during the animation. Instead of one static normal map, I would make a few variations for neutral, compressed, and stretched, and blend between them inside the material based on the rig's bone rotation. So the wrinkles will show only where the skin is actually being compressed. It's also something that needs to be thought early on. Because since all the normal map variations have to line up perfectly in the UVs. Thank you.
The first question will say Sarah. Q, where is Q?
So, thank you for your presentation. My question is, if you could have done something differently, what would it be?
Probably the planning from the beginning, because this assignment or project was basically meant as a so we try characters, and I along the way decided that I want to make it like super realistic and use it as a portfolio piece. So yeah, a lot of things were like not planned very well, but yeah.
Thank you.
Martin Valentko.
Yeah, hi.
My question is, I like the anatomy of the creature. I don't know if it was correct. I haven't studied it, but it seemed right. But my question is, if you have some strategy to match the anatomy to the from the real research you had to the model.
Yeah, I mean, this was basically my first time sculpting in ZBrush, and everything was done like freehand. There's not really much strategy. For the hands, I tried looking at my hand, but it wasn't muscular enough, you know. But yeah, I don't know. Basically I used a lot of bodybuilders images because they have low body fat, and you can actually see how the muscles flow and all these things. Yeah, references basically.
Last question, Michal Fajta.
I would like to ask if you are considering making the proportions or the shapes of the body less humanoid and more like a lizard.
Yeah, I was considering more to make it more like lizardy, but I don't know. It wasn't very planned. So basically, I just I made this stuff on the go. I basically decided that I want to make it more human, I guess. But yeah, the original plan was to make it more lizardy. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
So now we have to finish our morning session. I would ask to come in front of us our guests from Vienna, and I will be interested about their notes about these presentations. Please. And then we'll make collective photographs, so don't run away. So please, Mr. Benedict.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all of your great presentations. I think you did excellent work. What's most interesting to me is the range of projects and the range of topics all of you covered in your work. For us, being from a technical university, this is not the case. So we usually have very technical topics. So also the artistic side of and dramatic side of projects is a really proper addition to our projects, and I'm very much looking forward to collaborations on this side, because this could really be an ideal combination. But still, what's great to see is that you also have all the technical skills necessary. So this is really excellent. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Alex. I'm also glad to be here. As Benedict said, we have the same tool landscape. We also use Unreal Unity, so the same stack, but a different scope and a different perspective. I liked most the talk about bad art today, so it was really good motivation. And I think it's the main point and the main issue. You guys need to allow yourself to get bored, because then you will get creative. So I like that storyline most of today's talks.
Okay, thank you. And one more.
I think I can do it. I think I can do it in the end of the day. But yeah, it's always a great pleasure for me to see your works. Like the previous years, it's amazing what you are doing here. And yeah, there was a lot of message. Some of them more meaningful, how to use procrastination in a good way, and others that show your amazing talent and skills and works that you're gonna have ahead. So just to say congrats to all of you,
and in the afternoon, after the other presentations, I could do very soon.
Exactly. So thank you very much for everything this morning. Now we'll make one photo, as I promised. This idea of Felipe, yes. So, yeah, but
if you prefer, we can do it in the afternoon because you are too late now.
No. I don't know really if students, if we'll let them go, if they will return. Yes, so, so now, please come here and we'll make one photo from today's morning.
I don't know if you make the lights for the other students,
Svetlo dajte nám. Poďte sa usporiadať. Poďte šikovno. Ešte povedie pod sebou.
But we can try. Keep it over sitting.
As much as possible.
And maybe one more game style. Yeah, come on. Like Jen style. No, you decided. You're the one. Return which hour, because I have to inform which hour is it. It's 2 at this moment. 2 o'clock now, so 2:30. I will inform
That's fine. We'll manage. Very much looking forward to it. Marian also will return if I think he said around 4:30, and he told us he might be back. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, you're fine. Easy.
You guys have something to eat?
Yeah.
Or you want to go somewhere? We'll see. Do 15 nie?
That's the yeah, correct. Just takes sense.
Okay, that's good. Tak isto, a keď nie.
Yeah, my research so far based excellent reviews, so it's a thing.
Next part will be
the green and something, but it should be just once we do it. But
Ja neviem, že či
Or we can grab some
ja neviem,
kebab.
tak máme že pol hodinu, ale tak vieš, podľa mňa však dobrý, tak by sme mohli akože
In half an hour.
také normálne.
We can go na kebab. No nechcem.
Odchode na hodinu je tá ona, čo to je Čína, či čo to je, tá je celkom nice. Ale ten obchod je rozjebaný. To že kto vebe. A však na obchod je
poďte na steak.
tak pol hodinu na steak.
Chcete si tu veci? Na co to nechce?
Výsledné kaláky? Výsledné čo?
Píše bakalářku.
To je pod... A do...
Vybrala som si najviac, že projektu.
Som mal za zavčas. Som mohol vybiť to. Som ťa odrbal, že mám 15-4 sambač. Som myslel, že to bude jedlo.
Dobre, počúvaj,
No.
ak sa vrátime, zoberiem tie obytka rovno.
No.
Ja kľudne, ja ten building poskladne, to je jedno. Ešte nebudeme...
Takže 6,5.
To je v pohode.
Hej?
Ty hovorí, hej.
Akože ja už som...
býval na Hošma.
Ja už som zažil, že 5 hviezdičkové v pohode a 8 hviezdičkové, čo boli zlé, čiže...
Presne tak. A to budeme chápať, že prespávať.
Hej.
Dobre.
No dobre, hneď som späť.
Ale zle som si všetci odmietli na jedlo, tak neviem, budem tam si s peňažom kúpať, že sa...
Na dneska už koniec teda?
Však program ste dostali. Teraz to len začne. O pol hodiny sú Portugalci.
Aha. Kokso.
O necelú pol hodinu. To len tak, že tá fotka musela byť teraz, lebo neviem, že koľký z vás sa vrátite.
Už chápem. Dobre, ešte zavolám zvyšku teda.
Čiže ona utiekla?
No, spolužiaci utekli, ale...
No, tak ich pekne nažente, že majú sa vrátiť naspäť, že to najdôležitejšie bude vlastne teraz.
Hej, len sme sa nejako asi pomýlili. Tak ich skúsim na... Ja na nich nemám číslo.
Jo, je tu.
Ja?
Mhm.
náročné, alebo čím akože stále ti tam idú tie myšlienky, že toto chcem ešte vylepšiť a toto chcem vylepšiť a že čím dlhšie to robíš, tak tým viacej musíš akože bojovať s tými myšlienkami.
You know, when it happens, it is important to have pursue fun. It's totally the opposite. You do bad,
Hello, can you hear me? Good. Hello. Yeah. Yes. Oh. Mm.
Ale vieš, my si to bavíme sa tam maskami,
Yeah.
že funguje, keď tam chodíš na hodne. Tam bude musieť byť niečo k jeho pohybu,
Yeah.
že on rozhoduje. Áno, že teda páči sa zmení rokočne, keď sa vždy nejako vidí. Nevieš.
Tak som povedala, že veľmi sa prejdú. Čo je proste statický data, kde som ostavila proste iba to nevadí, aj to je začal robiť, ale neviem to.
Smerom ona bude padať.
Please, can you sit closer to us? Because you said in the last rows and in the beginning I said that probably that the last 4 rows are empty or has to be empty. Yes? About feeling, yes? Because this camera and there is streaming on YouTube. So this camera you have to catch your head or heads and to have feeling as it is full. So please move.
Okay.
Razne?
While I could be starting presenting or
So Sid, please, we'll start. This audience is
So, hi everyone. Before we start, I didn't have time for introduce myself, but probably tomorrow we have a little bit more time to talk. But probably you check it online. I came from Lusoften University, and we're gonna present here some projects that are some of them in progress. From totally different scopes. So we have from the replay, the European Master in Games, which is an Erasmus Mundus, which means that students arrive in Lisbon for the first semester, then move to Ghent in Belgium for another semester, and again to Finland, to Aalto University for the third semester. And the fourth, to finalize the thesis they select between universities. So it's a very multicultural and diverse master program because we have normally between 19 to 70 to 21 different nationalities, which is just amazing, incredible, and I've been learning a lot with them. So we're gonna have first, and after these two presentations, you're gonna have one from the bachelor students that are in second year. They're gonna present some projects, escape room projects, digital escape room projects that was developed in their third semester, first semester of second year. To start, so we're gonna start with the replay students. Aga Baba, our amazing and talented student from Azerbaijan, he could have so much things to say. It's been an incredible journey. And now he's doing a thesis, and I asked him if he could present a little bit of his thesis that is a much more broader project, but he'll focus more on optimization, but I don't want to spoil here the presentation. And after, we can have two projects from alternative controller, stuff that we do. We go to the flea markets. Students just buy junk, and with that junk, they have to create games. And those junk in the flea market, they reach GDC this year. They were presenting those games at GDC, so we're gonna have that experience also, which was awesome. So with no further ado, Aga Baba, the stage is yours. Thank you so much for being here with us. And yeah, you could start.
Hello everyone. Can I share my screen?
Yes. Yes, please. Can you share it?
Very good. And can you see my screen now?
Not yet.
Yeah. We can see it, just Teams. Yeah.
Yeah.
And maximize.
Yeah, it says if you could maximize.
Great.
Now
Okay.
Perfect.
Is it good? Okay, cool. Hello everyone. My name is Agbaba. Right now I'm studying in Replay Game Design Master Program, and this is my last year. And I'm working on my 3D video game. But today I will not show all about this game. I will only talk about small part that optimization, that what I am doing in my game and how I'm improving in this specific optimization side. First, let's talk about what's optimization in video games. Like I think that many people already know about it. It can help us like to achieve more FPS, and it is more like good for like target hardware. Like if you are making mobile game or PC game, we have to optimize our game so it can run smoothly in this kind of platforms. And why this is important and why I am talking about this now. Today I will not tell about like more technical details. I think that it will be boring. I will just share like general information, which part optimization I am using. Because I'm also like coming from art background, and sometimes this optimization for me, working on it, very boring and it's not interesting because it's more technical side and it's not visible. It's very like invisible side of the game production, game development process, but it's really important. I was watching several documentation about game development process. Mostly I was watching like small studios, like solo developers and stuff, like what was their challenge and how they solve it. And most of them was talking about like they made mistake during optimizing game, because when they started to create a game, they didn't take it seriously. And after a while, they try to, after game finish, they try to optimize, and it will take a lot of time. It costs a lot, so that's why I decided, okay, maybe like I can think about this before like completing my game. And I realized that actually this is not that much hard part, because I am not spending that much extra time. While I am making my game, I'm also like thinking about this architecture foundation that I'm building through the game. The first things that I am thinking about this optimization side is the lighting, because my game is 3D game and the lighting is important, and lights cost a lot. Because if we are making real-time lights, computer will process each frame and it will cost like low FPS. And I was making my game and I saw that like my game has very low FPS, sometimes 5 FPS, but in general in the scene there is nothing, like just character, a few low poly objects. And why it's happening? Because I was using real-time lights, and there's a lot of, then I searched, there's a lot of ways to optimize it, because what I am using baked lights. And what is baked light? In the game, they have a lot of objects that in the scene, they are not changing, they are static. That's why I don't need every time calculate these lights. So this light is static, so I can bake them and I can put this texture over the materials. Then I don't need computer, the game don't need to calculate them a lot. For example, if it depends on what engine you're using. For example, I'm using Unity. Unity also like has baking settings that you can use. GPU baking is much faster and bake it. But if you don't like it, there's also a lot of plugins that you can buy and use in Unity or another engine to bake the light. So there's also global illumination that also like cost a lot, that I am also baking. For example, reflecting lights. Some part of my game I am using real-time reflection, like screen space reflection, but this costs a lot. So there's a lot of scene. It's more artistic part, because who is designing this environment? For example, I am solo developer. I'm doing by myself. So that's why I am analyzing in this scene what objects are not important to make like mirror reflection. That's why in this part I'm using reflection props. Like it's all the like baked map that I am adding in Unity already. Like they have tools that you can use it, you can search it, and light props I'm using it. So they have a lot of different type of how we can optimize our light. And and it's very easy to search and find a lot of lessons how we can learn about them. Then another thing was trees, the triangles that the mesh, that how I'm making this models. But there's a few problem. I thought that I will not have any problem about trees because my game is low poly, but at the end I get problem. Why I get the problem? Because each time how we can improve this, we can create, for example, LOD. So this is the different type of the same model, and we are making a different type of mesh structure. If the object is far, we will show like low poly mesh. If the camera is very close, we will show the high poly mesh model. So I already have a lot of LOD and stuff, but still my game was like low FPS, which is like, I had a question for myself, like my game is just small, why it's not better optimized, like why it's not running faster? Because AAA games like studio, they have so many like objects, like high poly stuff, like how they are doing. Then I made some research, I realized that everything what we see, they are fake. They are not real 3D models and stuff. So I was making I was making trees, and there was a lot of trees in my scene. And because my game is happening in the mountain, that's why you can see a lot of open view and a lot of trees, the forest. But this was causing the problem. So for the one thing that I changed the shader of the trees, because I was using this kind of meshes and alpha textures for trees. But in general, if your game is completely low poly, then using this kind of trees will be much better, because transparent textures actually cost a lot. It also can cause your FPS, your game is like much not smoother. It can affect a lot. So what we can use alpha cutout texture. This is already like in the engine, like in normal standard material, you can see these settings and you can adjust it. But adjusting this helped, but it helped me a little bit. But I was questioning that, I was making research how I can solve this problem. Then I found out that I can create like a system like this, usually called imposters. Maybe they have another terms for this. You can search also about this. What is this? I am taking the model, like 3D model, and I am making the images from different angles, and you are adjusting this image low poly objects. For example, in my case, I'm adapting only like billboards, like it's just a rectangle mesh, and I am adapting. But in the far, you see all this tree. You see all the tree from above, but actually it's just a single mesh. For example, in this image is 20 trees, but in my game that I'm using, it's just 2 trees. How like this high poly mesh can be like just 2 trees, like 20 trees, like less? This is just a illusion. This is the fake illusion. It's not real model. It's just different images from different angles. You are baking it, then you are applying it just a plane or just a simple mesh, and this will already help a lot. For example, my FPS in my game was like 10 FPS, but after implementing these methods, it become like 60, 100 FPS, like extremely like huge difference. Because first I was making this game, this is screenshot from my game, but I didn't like these views because I wanted this forest more dense, like a lot of forest, the plants and stuff, but they didn't, because it don't look good. It's not look like a forest, but it doesn't mean that I don't have artistic skills to apply it. The problem is that the computer that I was making the game, low poly game and stuff, if you will make it for the mobile and stuff, then these devices cannot handle it. So it's mean that I have to think about the optimization side, not just the art. Then after implementing these techniques, that the imposter technique, and also like billboards, also this alpha texture, I got result completely different. For them, this is the same scene, like same lighting technique, but it's look completely different. Just I adapted this optimization techniques, and it's very simple. If you don't have the technical skills, so you don't have to write all this code by yourself, because there's a lot of assets, a lot of plugins that you can buy and implement to your game. For example, in my case, I study computer science. That's why I like to write my own code, because it's helping me easily adapt to my game. If I will buy the plugin, then I have to learn their code if I want to change it. But still, they have a lot of options that you can implement. For example, if we see like from far, they have a lot of right now trees. Like for example, in my game, they have 1,000 trees and 1,000 plants, a lot of things, but nothing is affecting my game. Like I have a high FPS, and this saved my like artistic desire, like because I wanted to create this tree, forest, these mountains, because the game is happening in the mountain. That's why it helped me a lot. But there is a lot of technical side, but I didn't add this stuff. I thought that like it's just short presentation and I cannot teach you, but my goal is just to give you like small introduction that you can make your own research and easily find the solutions. Then I also using this method, this is also helping me a lot. For example, in Unity also they have already like in their settings you can activate it and use it. What is this? If we are using a lot of different materials, for example, I have a character, I am using different material for hair, for clothes, for body, but this is also costing a lot for the device. But how we can optimize? If you're artist, if you're a 3D artist, you have to think, can I optimize this model? Maybe I can put everything in one texture and I can create only one material. Is it possible in my game? If it's possible and if you can do it, then you will really like achieve a nice goal, because in the image we can see that, imagine the computer draw all of these separately, all can understand it collective group of objects, because they have sharing same shader and same material, same texture. For example, in my case, the 90% of my game is just the one material and one texture. But as you see, even one material and one texture, we can achieve something really nice and different variation of the nature. But how I am using this kind of color palette, and I am making two type of UV map. One UV map is reading the this colors. For example, this character is also using these colors, all this environment, whatever you see, the most of them. But another UV map that I created, this is for the shader. If I will bake the shader, the shadows over it, the light over it, then I will use the second UV map, because in this first UV map I am just using for read the colors. So this is also really helpful for your game run much smoother. So they have a lot of different optimization methods that I found and I tried to apply. For example, in Unity also like occlusion cooling that I'm using, it's all after switching it and using it, it's all gonna help me. There's also like, for example, right now I'm doing animations for face animations, on also lips animation and stuff. For example, these animations lips can adapt to voice, and it can generate in real time but this will cost also because every code we are writing, we are creating is also affecting. Because in the first they are not visible, but the game is getting much bigger, much complex, then you will feel these problems. And for example, this lips animation and stuff also I'm using I'm baking them, all this sound and stuff, and using them, but there are a lot, so maybe another time, or I will share. But in the conclusion, I can say that like I was watching one documentary and they was making some game and they plan to release in iPad, also iPad, not just a PC. And then they was telling that we didn't think about this that much. And after game was ready, we realized that our trees is not working perfectly and we have to optimize it. Then they realized that they cannot change them because it's a lot of work. They are small studio, they cannot change all this material, 3D models, textures, and it take a lot of time for them. It costs a lot. So that's why this is also, after listening to that, I realized that yes, because before I saw that, okay, I can postpone it, I can do it later because it's invisible. But then I realized that yes, a lot of people already sharing that this is important. After a while, it will cost you a lot, your time and stuff. So that's why I started. I hope it was like something useful, something informative. And thank you for listening.
Yes, thank you, Akbaba. So you will get at least 3 questions. So the first question will put our student Shimon Charny, that he is really very practical student with practical results. He's maybe he can himself say about project that he is preparing or for school or without school, outside of school, and so Shimon tried to ask something.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction. Hey, Baba, very nice presentation. I want to say that I also been doing some optimization, or at least my colleague, I guess, yeah, we can call it like that, he's been doing a lot of backlighting and everything, and it was like an optimization really does a lot, especially with lights. That's what we've at least got. And so that was very informative to me. And I wanted to ask you, for you, what percentage of your dev time did it took to optimize your game, and how do you approach optimization? Which means, like, do you think about it throughout the making, or you're like, okay, this is done, this part is done also, programming or art, whatever. Now I do optimizing, or are you doing it throughout the dev time? And the second question is, the game looks great, man. I want to see it. Like, do you have Steam page or something? Because I would like to see more. Maybe like, what kind of game is it? Or is it like a farming game or something? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your questions. The first question that you asked, for me, like before, how I was working last year in my project, I was thinking, I was postponing because I saw there is some problem. I was noting and I was telling that, okay, I will do it. Then I realized that this method is not working for me because then it cost me a lot after fixing all this stuff. Right now, I am making everything parallel. Mostly I am focusing on my design part and development part and how I am implementing optimization. For example, I know that in my game there will be animations and there will be lips talking and there will be like trees, forests. So when I am creating this architecture, the base of the game that I am building on it, so in this part I am thinking about optimization and I am creating this structure that I can follow. Whatever I will create next time, I will follow this structure because I already know that in my game there will be like forests. If I will make, for example, this time I am making my trees models, the textures, then I am following this structure. I made some documentation for myself, and this documentation telling that how I have to implement all these models, because before starting all my project, I created architecture, the technical architecture for Unity. For example, in Unity, it's just that I saw that I have to change a lot of points of Unity, because Unity is just general things, but how Unity can serve for my game, because my game is specific, and how it can be make it much easier. That's why I created a few like small plugins by myself, which is this creating fundamental architecture. So I hope like I gave correct answer for your question. And second question, I don't have Steam page yet, but I already starting to make some videos, which I am planning to share on YouTube. Also my social media and website and stuff. Right now I don't have something on like publicly, but I will do it this month or next month, like some videos about the game. Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much for answering.
Yes, so it was question of student of the third year of studies, and now there will be question of the student of the first year, Ingrid Alaniela.
Hello, I would like to ask about the vegetation, the foliage. You have a lot of foliage there, and is it moving or static? Like, does it have any shaders on it that move it in the wind or something? And if yes, how to optimize these shaders?
Okay. In my trees, everything is affected by wind. I am using Unity wind system like it's already have. Then I created shader, which can detect the wind direction and will change the vertex position a little bit, not that much. So the grass and trees, everything is like moving. And also like how I am doing this optimization technique for trees. For example, this vertex movement is also like can cause something. That's why if the objects are close, this shader will move this trees, this will move this grass, everything. If the object is far, they are not moving. They are just static, because already the player cannot see far because you are moving or not. So I am only like moving the objects like it's close to camera. So how you can do it? There's already like some shaders, like you can buy these plugins, or if you have a coding skills, you can do by yourself, and it's not like complicated process. If your game is not AAA game, for example, my game is like stylized, like 3D low poly game. That's why basic movement can be enough.
Okay, thank you. And the next question, a student of the second year of game design, Elena Budushova.
Yes, thank you. Hello. You have very good game from what I've seen. So really nice. And my question is, you just mentioned about the movement of trees and grass, but did you also were you solving a problem with animation optimization or something like that? Because for example, those sheeps, do they have animation? And if that was some sort of problem, that's just my question.
Okay. The characters or animals, they have animations, they have leap, and they are moving around, and it's not a problem in my case, in my game, because there is no like a lot of 100 like NPCs in the game, so that's why it's working smoothly. I had only problem like movement of this grass and trees, and I solve it by like only moving the objects are close to camera, the far objects are not moving. And also another thing was like I am making technique which is face is moving, but I realized that I am alone and I'm solo developer. I cannot make these animations. That's why I created some plugin for Unity, which is can bake animations based on sound. For example, I am taking the voice and I am writing the voice is angry. For example, the emotions will be angry, sad, and also like different type of. This voice, I am baking all these animations in this with this plugin. It's already like in there, like changing the vertex shapes. There is no rig in the face, but this I couldn't explain myself correctly because it's a little bit technical and complicated. Yeah, but in general, this animals movement, I didn't have any problem. They are just rig, and I used the blender. I made some animations. And also sometimes I'm using Mixamo to download and free animations from there for character.
Okay, thank you.
One or two questions more. First question will put Mikhailo Sharha from Ukraine, student of the third class of game design.
Okay, so I have a question about those imposters. How do you create them? Is it some sort of automatic Unity thing, or do you have to bake them manually? And do you have a texture sheet for that? Because I have never made any imposters, never.
Okay, for imposters, before I was searching by myself how I can make it. For example, I use a shader graph to make some shaders which can detect images from different angles in the plane stuff. I was using, this is shader method that's using. But then also I made it some search. I saw that already a lot of people made plugins, the codes in GitHub, also in Asset Store, they have a lot of plugins. For example, I downloaded the different type of codes, and also I also used some Asset Store to compare how they are working. They usually if you don't want to create by yourself, the automatic taking this different angle picture already exists. You can just buy some assets, and it's very simple. Just one click, the asset automatically will take all the pixels from different angle. Then you can implement it to your own shader, or you can also use this assets, can implement it for you by, yes. So they have a lot of assets, and also if you know shader coding and stuff, then you can do by yourself also. It's not, it looks little bit, if you love mathematics, then you will love to create by yourself. It's really interesting process. But if you are not a technical person, then it's easy to find these codes in the internet. Also in the asset store, some assets.
Mm-hmm. And does this mean you have several textures per tree?
It depends on what kind of imposter you are using. For example, I tested one asset from Asset Store. It's just created only one texture. It's just a one texture, but you can also change this texture resolution, because if it's taking a lot of space, then you can make it low resolution, because the object is far away, then you don't have to see details. So for example, in data set I was testing, it's just a one texture.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks.
For me, before I was using it was different. I also used another technique. I used 3D, 360-degree texture. But this is another method, but yes.
And last question will set our guest from Slovenia, Lev Brlec.
Hi. Yeah. I'm interested in what part of optimization helped the performance the most, and also if you happen to know if the baking, light baking is also used in larger titles that are reliant on rendering like ray tracing.
Okay, thank you for your question. For me, the first most visible thing is lighting technique, because real-time lights, if you have your scene is very small, then you will not feel this difference. But if you have some bigger scene and they have a lot of light technique reflection, then lights make a lot of difference than trees or other stuff. What I am using and what other AAA games or many games are using, mixed technique. For example, if your game has a day and night cycle, it means that using baked light will be harder because the shader is changing. Then how implementing, for example, if the object are static or object is moving. For example, player is moving. That's why player cannot be a static object and you cannot bake it because the player always will move. So, for example, reflection is, I am not using reflection, and the ray tracing that you told, I am also not using it, but I can use it, but it also, this reflection can cost a lot. I am using baked reflection. For example, in my case, it's just enough for me, but if I am doing some bigger game, this is also another topic because AAA game studios are bigger, they have special department for the optimization and stuff people are focusing on. So being as a small team and being a bigger team is also different. Your priority is also changing.
Yes, thank you, fantastic. Thank you for your presentation and for your answers.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Really interesting and relates with previous presentations like optimization from Patrick, where he was saying the relevance of experimenting stuff, and Baba has experimented a lot and researched a lot. Thank you very much for amazing, and now we can move forward.
Thank you.
Some colleagues from the first year. Natalie, Nat, are you there? Natalie from Peru, hi.
Hello.
They are in the Eindhoven in a festival, Playground Festival. Please check it. It's an amazing festival of animation and games. Sorry for the delay. You were waiting. I don't know your colleagues, Ned, Anastasia, and Siru, if they are around there. So yeah, you could start it. Hi. So it's Ned from France, Anastasia from Ukraine, and Siru from China.
Yeah, so please, if you will start speak, first introduce you. We want to know who everybody will see, and for a moment just show your faces.
If you can switch on your camera, it would be lovely.
Yes. Okay. So, do you see me?
Yes.
Yes. So,
okay, perfect.
Introduce yourself, please.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here with you all. My name is Natalie Calantar. I am from Peru. And we are going to present some projects that we made in the Replay Masters program. But these projects have something in particular. And for that, I will ask Connor, please, to go to the next slide. So, many of you may have not heard of the term alt control, which is what makes these types of games really stand out. Why? Because alternative controller, which is the full name of the acronym of alt control, it's a type of game that is artisanal, non-traditional, and involves the creation of a custom hardware or some kind of device to make the game be playable in a unique interaction. In that sense, I am showing some examples from the previous intake and our colleagues' projects, and also some projects from the Universidad de Lusófona in Lisbon, because these games, as you can see, involve different kind of objects as the inputs. They do not have like the typical mouse or the typical PlayStation or Xbox controller. They have handcrafted controllers. For example, in the first one in the left, you can see a game in which the controller is a Barbie doll. They literally grabbed the upper part of a Barbie doll and made a game out of it. On the lower part, on the right, you can see a baby doll head, which was a game from the national team of Universidad de Lusófona, which one of our classmates was part of, Tomás Franco. And they made a game about a baby being possessed by a demon, and you had to shake it to literally take the demon out of it. So these kind of controllers try to take random objects or everyday objects and reframe them in order to create something playful out of it. Can we see the next slide, please? So for our assignment, in that sense, we got the assignment for the course Experimental Play Lab. In this course, we were assigned a game project every 2 weeks. And at this moment, they assigned us to make an alt controller game. And for that, we followed 3 steps. First, we went to Feira da Ladra, which is Lisbon's flea market. We went there with our professors, Felipe Luz and Joao Cabral. In that market, we could see all sorts of different objects, and we're going to show you a video later about it, from random origins. Like most of them were secondhand, some of them were like old toys that they were selling, or some of them were just things that most people would call trash, but that could be repurposed as games. So the second step was to think of ways to reframe these objects, not use them in the typical way, but to think of creative ways to transform them into something new. And lastly, we will design and prototype an alternative controller out of it. In the example I'm showing you, like a typical example of alternative controller game is to grab, for example, a keyboard and make a tight-knit simulator out of it, in which you hold the object in a different way, in a non-conventional way. So that was the core of the projects, and right now I'm gonna let the stage to my classmates to present what were the results out of it.
Yeah, hello. I hope you can hear me well. My name is Anastasia. If you can just post the video for now and show later. So, we were a team of 4 people, me, Natalie, who you've seen previously, Sri Dong from China, who you can see here with us, and Ned. I don't think he could join this presentation. And in our team of 4, we needed to do this assignment, so we went to the flea market. From the very start, we had an idea that we kind of liked the idea of plugging and unplugging stuff, and with keeping this in mind, we were exploring other options. But in the end, we decided to stick with our first one. So we developed a game, alternative controller game called Plug and Panic, where you are a part of the world's worst spy team. You are the most uncoordinated, you didn't receive any training, and you were just like thrown right into the really dangerous situation of defusing a bomb. And now, well, that's new. So let's see the trailer video, and if we can with sound, if it's possible.
I hear sound on my end, so what? Fuck. There we go. Let's go. We can go attempt to change the window here. Bear with me. Boop, boop. Window. Perfecto.
Do you hear this one? I don't think we can hear the sounds too.
Okay.
Before sharing, there is.
There we go.
One mission.
Okay, thank you.
And the tool that will save them all. Hacky-tacky.
Unlock still process.
The newest secret device to hack any bomb. Just put it on and get ready to plug. Make sure to connect it to the right collar. No matter what it takes. Oh, and if you unplug it before it's done, plug it before you panic.
If you can go to the next slide. So, as I said, what was our design process? At first, we knew that we really wanted to stick with plugin and plugin interactions, and we went to the market with this thought in mind. As you can see, there's like a photo of us, four being happy and unaware how much work lies ahead of us. Actually, the things we brought to the market were the hacky-tacky devices. Like, these are basically star-shaped USB ports. Simple USB ports, they don't have like any electronics inside, just you can plug and unplug USB in it. And all of our first ideas were really screen-centered. So we had some ideas about players being on a spaceship and them needing to connect to in order to activate and deactivate different modules and so on. So we wanted for it to be a multiplayer game, and the fun in the game should come from the cooperation and players like messing up with each other. But then our game focused too much on the screens. So basically we were making a usual video game, but a little part of it, I would even say, was just replaced by alternative controller, which would still work, but it wasn't exactly our goal in this project. And huge thank you to our professors. They were trying to keep us in line with like thinking further and developing our ideas further. So we did. And then we came up with ideas like getting entangled in wires is fun in a way. Like, as you can see in the bottom right corner, there's this man struggling with wires. So that's like the emotion we wanted to create in our players. You are basically in a high-stress working environment of dealing with wires, diffusing bombs, but also it connects like some absurdish, childish fun to, and from the autonomy comes the whole playfulness of this game. And yes, this is where the idea of Twister with wires came up. So we decided to stick with two players. One of them is red, team player red, the other one is player blue, and together they have to defuse a bomb, which consists of 3 containers. If we can go further. The next slide. Okay, here we
Plug
can
and
see
Panic is a
more
two-player
kinds of things.
alternative controller game developed during the experimental Play Lab course of the Replay European Joint Masters in Game Design. The project was created using recycled and low-cost materials. Plastic food containers repurposed as bomb modules, flashy USB hubs found at Lisbon's flea market, Ethernet port bases, and custom-made cables. Each player was a tie representing their color, red or blue, and a homemade hacking device called the hacky-tacky, attached to their arm with 4 cables of different lengths. The game setup consists of 2 tables spaced 1 meter apart, with the bomb modules placed on top. Each module includes multiple Ethernet ports, each with a dedicated LED light that serves as connection points for the players' cables. Players act as members of the world's least coordinated spy team, tasked with deactivating a dangerously unstable bomb. The only hope is the unreliable hacky-tacky, which might or might not successfully hack the bomb's modules. Once the game starts, the timer begins counting down, and the lights in the bomb modules will start to randomly turn on. When the light of your color turns on, you must quickly connect one of your cables to the corresponding and keep it connected until the blinks green. This indicates that the cable can be unplugged safely. The challenge lies in timing and coordination. The limited cable lengths force players to stretch, cross over each other, and physically interact with the space. As they try to reach the right modules, their movements become chaotic, the cables get tangled, and the task of deactivating the bomb turns into a physical puzzle. The game ends in victory when the timer reaches 0 and all modules deactivate, or in a game over if players fail to react in time and the bomb explodes. Plug and Panic makes for a fun experience of controlled chaos, with a mix of tension, cooperation, and laughter. The game transformed the simple act of plugging and unplugging into a co-op time-pressured challenge.
Yeah, so from what you can see, the basic game idea is really simple. You just need to plug the wires attached to you on time into the container, but since the timings become really tricky to get, and there's 2 players, there's not much space, and all the wires have different lengths, tangled really fast, so it gets chaotic and it gets fun. Talking a bit about technical information, the whole G-Sync is powered by Arduino Maker Nano, works perfectly with that. We had an issue that it didn't really have enough pin ports, so we had to come up with some quite creative solutions. And for now, all of our LED lights work from 1 port instead of 3. It required some syncing, but and then it works out, so this is good. For our wires, since the ports, the hubs that we board are USB hubs, so each player has like the hacky device with USB hubs, but on the Tupper wires itself, there are Ethernet hubs. So, are there USB to Ethernet wires? No, like, they don't really exist. It wouldn't make sense for them to exist mostly. So we had to customly make them, which is like 4 wires per person, so 2 people, 8 wires total. We soldered it all manually. It took quite a while, and for pretty much all of us, it was a new experience. But we managed to do it. And so how does it work? It's also actually quite simple logic behind the whole structure. So basically, when player plugs the wire into the hub, the whole electric circle becomes complete, and Arduino can read the signal. So we can think about it as a simple button, but with plug-in and plug-in motion. Yeah. Can we go further? Yeah, it was some behind the scenes video. No, doesn't work.
Not by the looks of it. There is no video.
I think there are some issues with the video, so we can skip it.
Okay. And now my call is going to help.
Hello,
Sri?
I'm Sridong from China, and I'm a programmer of Plugin Panic, and I will do a really little post-mortem session. So what went right in our game? So first, I think it's intuitive controls, because when you get a USB, the first thing you think about is to plugging it or unplugging it. Compared to our first ideas, that spaceship ideas, we need a screen and we need a USB to act as different controls of the main character. That's a little bit weird because it's not natural. You need to think about it and learn from it. But if we just simplify it into plugging and unplugging, it's really intuitive. And also we have a really simple background story, the spy and bomb story. In that case, player can easily get into it and know what they are doing and why they are doing it. So without this story, it could be a little bit hard for player to get into Magic Circle, to get immersed into the game. So what went wrong in our game? I think first is digital prototype. Actually, I made a digital prototype in one night which contains almost all the rules of that. But in that digital prototype, we cannot simulate the specific action or the interaction with the out controller. So because we are an out controller game, I think the action is more important than rules. So just uninstall your game engine and make a physical prototype instead. Because in physical prototype, even if you need to pretend you are playing it, it can simulate the most important part, interaction with the out controller. So from this game, we learned several stuff. First is design for context. In this context, the context means think about it, where you can play an out controller game. So because you need to play an out controller game offline and physically, so it would be likely for players to play it in Game Expo, for example. So in that case, each player have only 5 to 10 minutes to play it. And they are not able to read, for example, 10 pages rulebook. That's too complex. So I think just make it simple and keep it fun. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We are.
Yes, thank you. That's it for our game.
So we are running a little bit late of time, so do you want that they proceed with the next game and you do all the questions in the end? Or no? No, let's keep the same way. So wait a little bit for the second game, okay? Now they're gonna ask you some questions, okay? And we move forward to the other, but since we are running out of time, next presentation, we'll try to keep on time, 15 minutes, okay? And thank
Okay,
you very much.
I didn't notice student from France. Did he present?
No, he was not available, but he's one of the members of the group.
I see. Yes. So we saw just 3 students now over here. So first question for. The first question for Natalie from Peru is will put Lenka Hausova. Is she here? Lenka Hausova, the question.
Hello. I would like to ask if you about all process and if you had any complications and how many tries it take to get it right, like the programming and to so it worked and stuff.
Okay, so I think that question can be better answered by my fellow classmates. But yeah, I can sum it up and just say that we had to make a lot of different prototypes for it to work, including a digital prototype, as my classmates said. So maybe Anastasia or Silui.
Yeah, I can add a bit. So in this project, actually, I was mostly soldering and creating like all the parts for the physical components. Especially have like the digital prototype that we showed. Then we had a physical prototype, which basically consisted of strings, and on the end of each string there was a clip. So we just took 2 people and we tried to clip and definitely clip those strings to see how the interaction goes, how long the wires should be, because we can cut the string however we want to, but if we cut the wires and we solder the wires, it would be difficult to change the length afterwards. So we need to decide that beforehand. But I would say most everything worked out the first try, but we spent some time making preparations, like deciding how many wires are we gonna have, what lengths are they gonna be, like how far. So in this project, we spent a bit more time working on the physical prototype without the plugin, but it turned out to be beneficial towards the end.
Yes, thank you. Next question for Cyril Dong from China, Vanessa Tsiskova. She is student of the 3rd class.
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. I really enjoyed it. Also the presentation from like the last year where you guys had like also different controllers. I think it's such a great assignment, like really creative. Maybe a question a little bit about the programming, I would say. Like you mentioned, you used Arduino, so I was just wondering if, like on other assignments, I imagine that you're probably using, I don't know, Unity or Unreal or something else. So if maybe the Arduino was challenging or no, or like how did you like decide, okay, that's what we're gonna use, or if there were many like other alternatives that you could have used instead of the Arduino. So yep.
Sorry, I didn't hear it clearly. Can you repeat the core part? Thank you.
Yeah, just about the Arduino, if you are considering using something else or no, or like this was just okay, that's the one I'm gonna use or no, and if it was challenging, because I imagine, I don't know, it's C or C++ or something, I'm not sure. So if that
Yeah,
was
for me,
challenging or no, or I don't know, yeah.
Yeah, for me, actually, Arduino is really simple because you are making a game. You are not a programmer. You are a game developer. So I think it's okay once you can achieve some specific feature, game feature, and core mechanic. So if you don't think about some design patterns, don't think about the algorithm, just make the game. It's really simple. It's not different. It's almost same compared to like C++ or C Sharp. It's really, really simple. And another part is that for game engine, actually, in our first idea, we want to combine the out controller with the game engine, like use out controller and as the input to a screen that the game inside is working on, for example, Godot engine. But actually, I think that works, and that's not really hard for programming side. But in that case, maybe there is a possibility that maybe we focus too much on digital part and ignore the physical interaction. I think physical interaction is way more important compared to rules. And another thing is that in out controller game, as I said, because of the context, you cannot make it really complex. Like something that you think it in mind, like you need to have more game features, have more mechanics, have more rules, but it might not work actually. So just really keep it simple, keep it really, really simple, and it will be automatically become really interesting because of the physical interaction. And don't think too much about technical stuff. It's really easy. Just me, it's really easy.
Yes, thank you. Last question for Natalie Calantar from Peru. Will set Silvia Racocilla.
Hi. Well, I'm not sure if I'm targeting correctly the right person, but you're working on team, and my question is like the coordination and deadlines. How did you manage as a group of 4 people? How were you working together, or if there was some delay with someone or problematic areas like that?
Natalie, did you hear? Or she's Eindhoven, probably she lost, or Annie can explain?
I mean, I cannot a bit of questions, so I wouldn't say we really had any issues with our teamwork. First of all, we had some previous experiences of working in a team. It wasn't our first project in our master degree, and we all had our tasks mostly separated from each other, but of course we had to combine them to test together. We had just 4 people, all 4 of us were highly motivated, so no, I wouldn't say we had any problems because we decided to separate our tasks clearly at the very start.
Okay, thank you very much for answers.
Yeah.
And then
Maybe
now
to
there will
complement
be...
a little bit.
Yeah, and it was just
Sorry,
2 weeks
maybe to complement
project.
a little bit. None of us
Sorry.
had that much experience.
Sorry, Natalie, we were
Hello,
not
do you hear
hearing
me?
you. Can you repeat? Sorry.
Sorry. Do you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so maybe to complement a little bit, none of us had that much experience working with alternative controllers, only a little bit with Arduino. It was a really new experience for multiple. And well, I just sent Connor, maybe you can show the behind the scenes video because I re-uploaded, so you can have like a little bit of a glimpse of the whole process. Because we recorded from the very beginning when we went to the flea market up to the end on the final product. I sent it on the group chat. It's there.
Yes, thank you very much for your answer.
So can you play just the video? And we move to the next presentation. You are not sharing?
Parte del programa Erasmus Mundus Replay en la Universidad de Lusófona de Lisboa. Ese día salimos de shopping con nuestros profesores porque nos fuimos a nada más y nada menos que a la Feira da Ladra o el Mercado de Pulgas de Lisboa. Allí encontramos todo tipo de objetos locos, cosas vintage que podrían servir para hacer juegos impresionantes. Nuestra meta era comprar algo a menos de 10 euros para hacer un juego a partir de ello. Y entre tanto buscar y buscar, encontramos el objeto ideal, unos pequeños porta USB. Luego de la gran búsqueda bajo el calor de Lisboa, tuvimos un almuerzo bien portugués y fuimos rumbo de regreso a la universidad. Allí empezamos a trabajar con el Arduino y a soldar cables para hacer el juego una realidad. Así nació Plug and Panic, que es como un Twister pero con cables. Es súper caótico pero divertido de jugar. Y me complace anunciarles que fuimos seleccionados como finalistas para el IGF Award en GDC 2016. Esto no habría sido posible sin el gran talento de mis compañeros. Eso fue todo. Nos vemos en San Francisco.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your
Thank
effort
you.
being different countries doing this presentation. And sorry folks for the delays on the session. Now we're going to move to the next presentation. So it was amazing that you could manage to cross the frontier with Neutron Plus with a bump to San Francisco. And the new group, you're going to see that what they took to San Francisco was a little bit strange also. So with no further ado, we have now, sorry, I lost here the, yes, so there's nobody with, where is the name of, I cannot read here, it's a little bit dark, sorry. We have Connor, Connor from Ireland, Pauline Scherer from Germany, Yulia Krasovia from Russia, and Lucia Tangia from Singapore, and also Murtaza Imran from Pakistan. So probably not all of them are be here, but they are the representatives of these groups. So maybe Connor, I don't know, the stage is yours.
Hi.
Pauline, I believe, is presenting this one.
Okay.
Okay, hi, I'm Pauline. So nice to meet you. I'm gonna tell you a little bit about our game. Nobody is about our lovely robot pet Simone, who is in dire need of fixing. And basically we're asking the player to fix her. What she is a mannequin head that we also found at a flea market, very similar to our peers. We had kind of the same issue that we are so used to like working with traditional controllers with screens and keyboards and all of these types of things, that at some point we said, okay, we need to get away from that, and then we landed on a mannequin head. Before everything, maybe we can show you the trailer so you get a bit of a better idea what our game is about. And then I will tell you a little bit more afterwards.
Make me angry, darling. Is that sad? Remember, this means we are gonna be together forever. I love you so much, darling.
Hello, I'm Connor from Ireland.
Hi, I'm Pauline. I'm from Germany.
I'm Julia from Russia. I'm Lucia from Singapore.
Hi, I'm Murtaza. I'm from Pakistan. And we have Team Nobody.
So we made a game called Nobody. If you treat her right, she will love you. And that's what we all want, right?
I love you so much, darling.
Yes, as you can see, it is literally a mannequin head that we completely took apart took her eyes out, we took her filling out, and then we basically stuffed her full with all types of electronics. Because for us it was very important that basically the entirety of interaction is with the head, and everything that is on a screen is basically just an add-on, like a little help to guide and navigate you throughout the game. We always described it as a like escape room puzzle without a room, really, because it is like a type of escape room game. Yeah. And I can't talk really about the technical stuff, but Connor will tell you a little bit more about that.
Contra, my friends, we have the Master Mortaza here to bring you through that. Who was, along with myself, was one of the programmers and engineers of this project.
Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Mortaza. I'm from Pakistan. So me and Connor, we decided that we'll be taking on the technical side as we were the developers. So from the very start of the project, we had a clear goal between us that we're going to divide the work in a way that we can work in parallel because of the short timeline of 2 weeks. And we were ambitious to include almost all of the sensors and the input systems which we could find. When Jean brought it in the class, we got excited and we were like, okay, we're gonna stuff it with all of the sensors at the first, but then realization hit us and we like only used like the rotatory sensors, touch and light sensors. We also added some toggle switches, LCD display, and a webcam in one of the eye. So, and there were like lot of wires and connectors because we were using it was kind of a connection between Unity application and Arduino microcontroller. So that's why we had to program almost all the pins which were available on the microcontroller. So it was like a communication, kind of a combination of a game and also a communication between Arduino IDE and Unity engine. So therefore, me and Connor, we divided in a way that Connor was working on the mini games. Like by mini games, I mean like all the gameplay related to the sensors which were attached to the head, and I was basically implementing the whole game flow and also ensuring the communication moves smooth from Arduino to Unity and then from Unity to Arduino, and then also overall implementation of the gameplay and the loop and everything. For that one, and when we were like coding in Arduino IDE, it's pretty simple when you are using the simple sensors. As Sri in the last in the last presentation, he mentioned that it's better to keep it simple because your main goal is to actually develop a game instead of like choosing a very hard microcontroller, like which is very hard to code on. Arduino, on the other hand, is very easy. It has a lot of pre-built, you can say, code snippets for every controller, so you can easily implement it if you have like a slight knowledge of development. So that part was very easy, and the programming language used in that one was C++. And obviously in Unity engine, we use C# to implement the gameplay logic and the communication between Unity engine and that side. So Connor was working on the sensors, I was working on the overall gameplay. Yeah, next. Yeah, this was like our the prototype which was we developed in the first 2 weeks before going to GDC. This was like our final submission where we were doing this project in Lusofna. So as you can see, like the box is just made up with a cardboard box and a lot of hot glue pasted on top of it, and we just barely could make it stand on top of it. And so, but overall it was working. And then later on we actually made a very sturdy and hard case for that prototype, but I think you guys will see it later on in the presentation. So yeah, this was like on the right side, you can see Pauline is showing she was playing, and you can see all the sensors which was showing like the connection 1, 2, and 3. So these were all the small mini games with all the sensors connected to it. So people were like supposed to solve the puzzles, and every puzzle was connected to one sensor or one input system which were for example, a rotatory sensor to remove the blur from the vision of the head, and then the wiring part to correct her speech. So these are like collection of all the puzzles which Connor was working on, and then we implemented like all the gameplay with that. Yeah.
Alrighty, and here is us working in GDC itself. As you can see, our lovely artist Yulia actually remade the box using Luca, which is our College of Belgium's laser cutter. Oh, by the way, hello, I'm Connor. Lovely to meet you all. So yes, we had a new box. We also repainted her silver to get a lovely sheen. It didn't work in the end because the paint just completely fell off over the day, but that's where we came up with a handy dandy explanation to where her skin was toxic, so you had to wear gloves. You can also see here there is an actual like seam in the head itself. That was me. So from the delivery from Lusofona in Lisbon to Belgium, some things naturally fell out. So the easiest way to fix it all was for me to literally cut into her with a pair of scissors and fix it up here. That was fun. So yes, round up here we have our LED screen that displays prompts and guidance to the next steps. In here in this eye is a color sensor. Round the back of her head is a rewiring puzzle, and then the other eye is a webcam, and then all that feeds into the laptop, which then communicates with Unity in order for puzzles and the flow to interact with each other. Now then, in terms of things that went really well, we worked incredibly as a team. Mortaza and I, we were very, very in sync with each other in terms of the programming elements, but then also we had our lovely Pauline and Lucia mostly focusing on the design of the puzzles as well as like the look of the heads itself, because for the love of God, we couldn't do that. And then Yulia herself was working UI-wise with it digitally to make the game look presentable on screen. When we went to GDC, the idea was very, very well received. To touch upon the GDC application a little bit, so it was very simple, really. We were very encouraged by our professors to submit our idea to the Alt Controller Festival, and we got in. If I could give tips on if you were to ever make an Alt Controller, it would be to clearly explain what it is and be weird. Like, this is your opportunity to be crazy, be creative, even if it doesn't work, which is another interesting thing. A lot of the people at GDC and at Alt Control festivals will buy into the illusion of your controller if you create a bit of a show. If you create a bit of a show of it, and if you have a creative enough idea, hence the gloves, they were very accepting that. Oh yeah, this skin is toxic. Why not? And the audience of these Alt Control festivals allow for a lot of leeway. In terms of things that did go wrong, most of the other controllers at GDC were made over a period of a couple of months. We were talking to several other booths, 3 months, 2 months, sometimes even half a year. We did ours in 2 weeks, and it was a very, very impressive 2-week project, but a 2-week project nonetheless. Meanwhile, it was solder. The solder would often fall off. One of the puzzles, the flip switch puzzle, the wires just straight off broke off. So I had to hack in a code to make it work. The rotary encoder was a pain in the hole. Let me tell you. And we just had to tell the audience, doesn't work this time. Sorry. But luckily, the audience was very, very very patient with us and allowed us to do a quick fix. I think it's very much expected that if you are to do an old controller, it will break. Obviously, the more functional it is, the better. But don't worry if it breaks; it will break. Another interesting thing that we had was that so our puzzles were not evenly balanced. Some were harder than others. A big blocking point was that one of the puzzles involved a math equation, and we vastly overestimated the general public's ability to do maths. That was from a bit of a lack of play testing, but with a general audience as well. So do indeed play test your game. One very interesting thing is that like different people had different issues with different puzzles. So some people would fly through one puzzle, others would require guidance. Luckily, again, in this environment, guidance is fine to have. In terms of many things to learn, do not fill your Arduino board. Ideally, do one thing. Our Arduino board was full. There was not a port that was empty. It even got to a point where there were conflicting ports. For example, there was the A0, A4, A5, and A6 of the Arduino Nano shared like a shared functionality with another set of ports, and I swear to God, we racked our brain for ages on how that would get to work. But luckily, we just moved some ports around, and that was fine. Another thing, have another person that knows how your game works along with you. So, for context, it was Pauline and I that went to GDC for various, mostly visa-related reasons. However, I was the only real one that knew how the machinery worked. Now, Pauline was an excellent partner. She uses her incredible yapping mouth to keep everyone entertained while I was hurriedly fixing on. But I did feel I was overworked at points. So ideally, another person to help lighten the workload would have been much better. And also, keep the prototype sturdy, keep everything nice and functional. But also, don't worry if it breaks. It's expected. And then here we have our two games, Plug and Panic and Nobody at GDC here. And that was our presentation. We will open up for questions now.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. I have 3 students prepared to set question. The first will be question of Diana Hroysová.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. I would like to ask if you had like a specific idea when you went into the flea market, or did you just see the head and went like, yeah, this is gonna be it?
So there were lots and lots of things at the flea market. We experimented. There was a typewriter there that we thought of maybe making a game with that. There were like a torch. There was like a torch and a knife that we maybe thought we could connect a gyroscope to make a game out of that. But we were very much encouraged by our lecturer to take the head because it was by far the creepiest thing there, and also allowed for the most potential out of the box ideas. I'd say they really wanted to push us away from, I guess, traditional gaming mechanics and just start with that.
Also, sorry to interrupt, but I would like to say one thing here because I think the question, there's one more thing which our professors kept on insisting that instead of just thinking an idea first, instead of thinking first an idea and then try to find an alternative controller for that one, it is actually limiting your imagination and forcing an idea on something which you don't know if it's gonna work. So the idea was to like look for something weird, something important, and anything which piques your interest, and then try to make a game around it. So this was like we were actually doing the other way around. We were trying to think of game ideas in our head first, and then try to look for the stuff. But they told us that okay, for the alternative controller, actually the game should revolve around the controller and the object which you are choosing. So that's a very important thing which we should not forget about it.
Thank you so much.
Yes, the second from three, Matti Fashanok.
Hello. I would like to ask a question more on the technical side. If I were to, for example, create a controller like that, how hard or were there any issues connecting it to the engine? Or is it just the plugin or something?
So the Unity integration was actually one of the less painless parts of the procedure. I feel Unity has this built-in thing where if you just have the port and the baud rate, you can send whatever you want. The way Arduino works is essentially it just sends out like strings to the baud rate and to Unity, and then it's up to Unity. It's up to you within Unity to communicate parse the strings into what you want, be it numbers, be it enums, etc. The big thing about Arduinos and Unity is that Arduinos are small little things, so they cannot really do much in terms of processing power. So all the Arduino was really doing was sending out values and sending and receiving stuff back from Unity. The logic, such as if we wanted to see which wires were reconnected, how to turn the rotary encoder, what determines as read, was done within Unity, since that has all the processing power you could ever want.
Last question is for Delisa Rafaela, third class of game design.
Okay, so I had a similar question in mind, but I will ask something like continuing. Like if you had any big bugs or big problems that you were afraid that you couldn't fix, or if it was easy for you to connect everything and it works from the start.
So in terms of major bugs, most of our issues came from our lack of understanding of the Arduino system itself. As I mentioned, there were certain ports that were fighting with each other that caused some communication issues. Other big bugs, like we had some issue with the color sensor, but that could be tweaked by our number values, and then the rotary encoder was again a pain in the hole, but that's not something that I had the understanding to solve at the time. That but that it could be circumvented from a quick restart and of the program. Otherwise, the biggest like issues in terms of functionality was just solder breaks and wire breaks. So that was the big thing there.
Thank you.
Yeah, so all questions were answered. Thank you very much for presentation.
Thanks a lot, folks. Miss you guys, lads. Sorry, a private joke. Okay, where's bye. You cannot see me, but you're around. So now the Portuguese students. Thank you very much. And replay students. The Portuguese students are used to make pitches in 5 minutes. Where they are. Hello.
Hello. Can you?
Hey there.
Can you hear us?
Yes, perfectly fine. So, since we are a little bit delayed, sorry folks, you are waiting for so long. But I will pushing you, try to be as swift as possible with your presentations. We are used to that. Thank you for being here. So this is Felipe Gonçalves, Gonçalo Nascimento and Pedro Sequeiros, Portuguese students from the second year. They had a challenge to create a sort of a digital escape room they will talk about, and after we're gonna have from the same exercise a different group from the same class, Diogo Fonseca, Miguel Felipe and Rafael Pinhoto. So go ahead, have fun. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me just start the stream. Okay, so yes. Okay. Yes, thank you. Okay, so we are the team that made the tough track to follow. I'm Gonçalo, the programmer. This is Pedro, and this is Felipe. They are the artists. First, we are First, we are going to show you the trailer for our game. Yes.
The audio is not going on, but don't worry. Let's go ahead.
Okay, so this is a tough act to follow. This game is escape room in first person, single player, and for Windows. This game is about an actor who suffered from an accident. He is in a restored theater where the accident happened, but it's all in your head. The theater is not there, and it happens all in your head. And you will be reliving the moments throughout that lead you to that place, to the theater, to that moment. You can explore an old theater, collect memory pieces, and you have 3 different puzzles to try.
Now let's talk about a little bit about our style of the game. So we went for an artistic choice for our textures, more like comic book style, with hard edges painted in black. Our shadows in our objects are also represented by stripes, so like the shading in comic books. We have sepia tones for our color palettes, so warmer tones and more nostalgic vibe, and feel more contrasty with the blacks, but yeah, mostly orange and blacks. Now for the sound direction. For our game, we have realistic sounds for our props and for our environment. We have background music that includes classical music, also composed by our friends. And we have some ambient sounds in the theater, like some spatial reverb and some audience and prop sounds.
Okay, so now we're going to play the game to show you a little bit. Okay, let me just...
Okay, so here we have the menu. Here you just have the basic new game options and exit. In the options, we have just the basic stuff like sensitivity, volume, and brightness. As we start a new game, you can see here there's subtitles for our narrator and kind of like a mascot, which is Joka. He is going to be functioning both as a narrator and somebody that helps you throughout the first puzzle. So here he is explaining to you that you've been brought here because you're not ready to act again, and so you're going to have to reenact the play with his help. He's going to give you some cues, and you're going to have to follow those by interacting with the levers on screen and interacting with this chest where the props are going to be. So he gives you the first prompt, which says, once there was a great actor, and to do it correctly, you're going to have to go into the background cardboard here and put the theater, and then you're going to have to put an adult male in one of the characters. And when you do so like this, you can go to the lever here in the back and interact with it, and it locks in your answer. Now, we're going to do a wrong one to show you what happens. So if you do that, it will tell you that you have 1 out of 4 correct, and you have to change some stuff up to try and figure out why it's wrong. In this case, it says that a man found a woman in a park and they felt a spark, and here you're going to have to use one of the props in the chest to do the puzzle correctly. So you need to pick up the heart, and it poofs and appears in the center of the screen in the hook here. And you'll see that if we lock in the answer here, it's going to be correct. Now this puzzle was a little bit long, so we're going to skip past this to the second puzzle. At the end of this one, however, you can find a piece of script that you're going to need for the final.
I'm just going to use a cheat code to get the piece instantly. So this is it, what you would get for the...
And we're going to use this in the final part of our showcase. So here in the second puzzle, we have to interact with these ropes, and these are going to light up our audience, and you can see that it shows some symbols and letters in our audience. Now, to solve this, you need to go back to the cardboards, and in the back of the cardboards, you're going to find both a number and a symbol. The number represents what the symbol is going to be in the order of our final sequence. So in this case, you're going to get the first digit, and it is associated with a blue square. You can see in the audience that the blue square is associated with the letter A, and if we go to our keypad in the back here, you can see that the letter A is on the key 1. So our first number is going to be 1. Now, our second number is going to be on one of the backgrounds, is same as we just seen, is going to be the second number, and it's going to be associated with the symbol X, which is the Y letter, which would be 1, 9. Now, we're going to skip forward here as well to just show the final sequence and what happened from there. So we input the final sequence, and you're going to see that the stage has changed. And here we have the second piece of script as well.
And this puzzle is a perspective puzzle, so you need to get in the right position to align all the various pieces on screen right now. And once you do, you're going to see that a door is going to appear and it's going to go into the right place. When you interact with this door, you can find the third and final script piece. Now, with all our 3 puzzles solved, you can go to this little pedestal in the front and put up all the 3 pieces of script, which is going to trigger our final sequence of the game. And that is the demonstration of our gameplay.
And that's it.
That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your time. If you have any questions, this is the QR code for the game if you want to try it yourselves.
Yes. Thank you. The first question will set Martin Malintko, the student of visual effects on our school. And he's preparing his diploma project as video mapping on the facade of one of Bratislava building.
Yeah, hi guys. I really like the visual. Yeah, my question is, what is your thought and work process behind creating the narrative and the story of the game? Like, did you first had the environment and then come up with the story, or how was it?
I'm sorry, it was
So we first come up. We had the challenge to make the escape room, and we started by making the story because we needed a setting to create the puzzles, everything around what would be. So
it seemed cohesive.
Yes.
Yeah, because if we didn't have our story straight, it will get all out of hand with our puzzles and the way we tell our story. Even though I think we could do some better work in storytelling, but yeah, it was essential for us to line a story from the start.
Plus, the story needed to be very specific because we had the limitation of being in a specific room where we couldn't leave.
Yeah.
So we really needed to limit how much the story progresses spatially to limit to where we were actually making the game.
Yes, thank you. The second from 3, student Josef Roni, he's student of visual effects, the 4th class.
Also, thank you for your presentation. It was very nice. And my question is, from where you draw your puzzle game inspirations?
Oh, those 3 questions. Our game inspirations. Yeah, it was
Yeah. So for the art specifically and that cartoonish look, we inspired a lot in Borderlands, which is probably our biggest inspiration in terms of art. For the tones of our colors and stuff like that, there's games like
Indie Machine,
Machine, for example,
and what was it called? The neighbor.
Sorry to interrupt. I think it was inspiration by the puzzles, correct?
The
question
for the
was
puzzles, right.
more for the puzzles, correct?
Yes.
Okay. For the puzzles, it was. For the puzzles, it was like we were here. A storyteller, I think that's the name of the game, where you create scenarios around one prompt, and that was one of our inspirations. Subliminal, yes.
For perspective.
Yeah, for the perspective puzzle. For the second puzzle, we kind of just...
we winged it.
Yeah, we came up with it.
Yeah, we came up with it.
It was our original idea.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the third last question will set Ukraine student Olena Veticka.
Hi, I really like your game, I really like the style, and I actually wanted to ask you as well about the inspiration for the art style, because I saw that it kind of reminded me of the Bendy and the Ink Machine. So
Yeah.
the inspiration behind the art style.
Were you talking about the inspiration for the art style?
Yes.
Okay,
it
yeah.
reminded me. You just mentioned the Bendy and the Ink Machine, and I wanted to ask any other inspirations, maybe other games, maybe movies, books, anything else.
We actually tried to create our own style from those main inspirations, like you said. In the end, the Ink Machine was like our main inspiration, just because it was the look we wanted for. It was so simple enough for our time frame that we needed to create our game. So we opted with something similar to Bendy, but we tried to give it a twist. So basically, the Borderlands kind of inspiration went in there, and to deconstruct the Bendy and the Ink Machine hard lines and the blackout lines, then more of that contrasting look with the sepia tones. But the Borderlands went in for the shadows mainly, and in the future we plan to do some hand painting style textures that complemented the game. But currently there is only basically the hard edges painted in black. But the shadows we described, like the cartoony build feel, was mainly Borderlands, yeah. But there isn't any books or films for our inspirations.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. And now we'll see probably the last group of students.
Yeah, Diogo, Miguel, and Rafael.
Okay. Let me just. Thank you so much.
Places.
Let me just. Just leave this. You can open.
Just to say that the audio from the trailer we cannot hear it.
Okay.
Okay, but don't worry.
Nothing? No. Okay.
Use some voice narration or sing.
Shut up. Can I leave you? That's it. Yeah.
Hello everyone, we are here to present our game CS and Comic Techniques. Me and Diogo, I'm Miguel, we programmed the game. We got Rafael, who is the artist. We're going to pass on to the trailer now.
We'll share later the links of the video, so you cannot hear the sound, but okay.
Fortunately, there is the sound. Yeah, we have some technical difficulties over here.
Okay. No worries.
So I know you couldn't hear the music, but the game was supposed to be very absurd and comic. So that's our difference. Our big main difference is that our game is a little bit more absurd, and it is still escape room, single player, first person, and for Windows.
So the setting is that we are playing as an intern of a war company in Korea, where we are aiding the United States of America with nuclear bombs. And as the intern, we are responsible to launch that said nuclear bomb from inside the bunker. Our environment is over the top. Our objective with this game is to make very absurd puzzles, very funny and comedic puzzles and setting. So our environment is over the top. We need to collect and inspect items to progress with the game, and the machines that compose our puzzles are what makes it so absurd and so comical.
Okay, and now the art. As you saw, all the art, it is 3D, and it is inspired on the objects of the 50s, and with a little bit of our twist to make it like unique, and like the fact to follow. It has outlines on the objects to look more cartoonish, and is a little bit messy scenario, and yes, because we are an intern and we are not organized on the bunker. And the sound, we have sounds on the game. Our player talk to us when we interact with some objects. The player can give us players some hints, and it come out music from the radio.
So we start our game here with our menu. As soon as we start, we can see this is our bunker. We have this big machine here that we have to power up with plutoniums. We have to find these plutonium rods solving puzzles. One of the puzzles we have is on this table. It's this radio that is broken. We can't play it. We have to find something to repair it. And we just hit it right over here. It's unfortunate we don't have sound because the character talks to us sometimes about some hints. We can use the radio here to listen to stations, and it is unfortunate because they are key to solving this puzzle, because one of these stations has a hint about pizza, and this code on the ad about pizza is what's going to open the safe. So we have the first piece of the puzzle. This is the plutonium. We can inspect it. We have some flavor text, and it is just we place it in the middle of the room to power up the plutonium, because this level is mainly to power them up, power the nukes up for eventual launch. For a second puzzle, we have the fridge here that needs a hand scan. This game has some environmental storytelling that unfortunately we weren't able to place all of it in the game, but we can read that this wooden hand does not have fingerprints, and we do get a hint why it works on the hand scan. And the main character tells us it's because the people who worked here burned their fingers off trying to work in the machinery. We have the second plutonium, which we can see it is frozen. We can't put it in the plutonium machine. So we have to find a way to unfreeze this plutonium. We see this complicated machine over here, seemingly complicated. And we just solve the little puzzle here. We can open the microwave, and why not just heat up a plutonium rod in the microwave. Once it's done, nice and warm, we can place it in the machine. And for our last puzzle, we have this table over here with many symbols. We might have seen them somewhere on the walls, and we have to find out which ones the table wants us to pick. We have this little hint here. It seems to be small to big, and the color is green, or so it seems. So we try to find these symbols. We found the first one. Yeah. We have the second one here, and we got the third one on the wall. And if we pick these three symbols, we get the last piece of the puzzle. And just like that, we've completed all three puzzles, and we could eventually launch the nukes with the button. And that's our prototype, our game. I hope you enjoyed, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have prepared 3 questions from students of game design, first class, second class, and third class. First class will represent Antonia. Antonia, try to set a question.
Hi, I have a question about, did you have any trouble making the puzzles intuitive for the players without making them look dumb? Because with puzzle games, there's this issue with making the puzzles just right, to not be super stupid or too complicated. Did you have any problems with creating them?
We did have that problem because if the player didn't know the game was supposed to be absurd and have this level of comedy, they wouldn't know what to do with the pieces. And also, we had to let some hints in the game. For example, we could inspect the item and it would tell us something. Like the hand said it had no fingerprints, so maybe you could associate the fingerprints with the fingerprint scanner. Even though it doesn't make any sense logically, you could try it out. Or the pieces would have those hints, or the player, when you interact with something, he could say something that would help you. Fixing the radio would make it play, which would tell you like, why would I want this to play? And you would like cycle through the stations, eventually find the code, and like, why do I want this code? And you find out there's a pizza in the middle of that, and a pizza leads you to the safe, for example. But yeah, we did have those problems many times trying to design the puzzles.
Thank you.
Yes, next question, Andrzej Formanek, the second class of game design.
Hi, I wanted to ask how long did it take you to create this game? If maybe there was like in 2 phases, I'm not sure.
So we had like 2 phases. We had the design phase and the making the game, actually making the game, and it was basically 3 months, half and half, I think. Half that time was game design, and the other half was making the game, while juggling other stuff at the same time. It's pretty much 3 months, yeah, to make everything.
Awesome, thank you.
And the third question, Shimon Charny, is preparing his project, bachelor project.
Hello. Okay. So, my question is that you said this game is a prototype, and I wanted to ask what's the future of this project, and if there was any banter or something that you learned between yourself and working on the game, like if there was any arguments, whether someone wanted to put something in the game and the other person didn't want it, and so on. Like, how was the work? Thank you.
It is pretty hard to like make a puzzle game that is focused on like a single room. Even though we do have really good inspirations, there's like Escape Simulator, which helps a lot. There was a lot of a lot of ideas we couldn't implement because they weren't in line with the narrative we made up. That's one of the issues. Also, the future, we would like to polish it a bit. I don't know if we'll ever make like more puzzles or more levels, but it is we do need to like polish it a bit, make some new textures because we were missing some. But overall, I don't consider this project almost done, or we could just consider it as pretty much finished as it is as a product at the moment, as a project. And that's it. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, thank you for answers. And so we finish our the second presentation of students of Lusophona second class. Yes.
Thank you. I can just have, they were invited. We have, I'm going to show you tomorrow, we have a bundle from Lusofna, some selected games, and we select those two games. If they polish and if they solve any potential errors, they're going to be published on the Steam Collection 2026, Lusofna Games Collection. But I'll talk about that tomorrow. So thank you, folks. Bye. Thank you a lot.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. So now we'll finish our afternoon program, and I would like once more invite our guests from Vienna to some last notes about probably morning and the afternoon too. And it will be the end of our afternoon. So please.
Maybe if you can turn a little bit the lights.
Ten spodny.
9 hours. It's massive.
Yeah, stamina is no, it's fine. Thank you very much. The afternoon was was a little bit different, especially the team projects. I could feel that this, of course, is already very close to cross-university and cross-country collaboration. And also, as the teams mentioned, of course, the bigger the project gets, you need to separate whatever you need to work on, may it be arts or design or presentation, communication about your project. And I feel that's going to be true for future collaboration as well. But I think the teams managed very well, especially on an international level, even cross-continental, if I'm not mistaken, because I mean, combining Peru with China, and I don't know what, that is a huge effort, also time-wise. So very much looking forward to that. But I think we could see today that that it pays off, and that these collaborative projects really work well. And I was personally, I felt especially the alternative control aspect, which was honestly rather new to me. I felt that was a really nice approach to the whole aspect, although it still combines classic game design and even digital game design, but also including that with the hardware world is a really interesting aspect. Also out of the non-game context, in terms of, because we have topics like electronics and communication from the hardware world, and trying to bring digital aspects into that. I feel that's that's a very interesting topic to follow up on.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you also from my side. Nothing much to say. Benedict told everything. I'm also impressed by the hardware stuff, because we are supposed to be the technical university, but this is very technical, and we even don't do that, and don't manage to cooperate with our hardware department.
True, yeah.
We are only software development, and to manage to include hardware as coming from the creative and design part is really impressive. Yeah, also the Arduino development, and so doing that as a design focused university is really impressive. We have to learn that even in our technical university.
Yeah, thank you very much. Felipe?
It was fun to select here different games for the evening session, because I already know a little bit about your works that are astonishing. So that was the idea, to bring something more physical and stuff, with making games with garbage and stuff, which is fun, but is a very potential for art creation, to think a little bit out of the box, etc. but I would just like to highlight, I took some notes, I will not read it, don't worry. But for instance, the first presentation from Joseph, he was talking about something that was crucial, is working within the team collaboration, the team communication, something really, really relevant. There was, even in those projects that are more solo projects, working for a AAA industry, creating a huge portfolio is sometimes the same. You cannot work alone in this industry, so the same things with the alternative controllers and the others. So there were so many cool things. I took so many notes here, even for creative practice, being disruptive with some ideas from you, for instance, and other colleagues that mentioned to do exercises. It's not only doing tutorials and stuff like that, but try to use it as a procrastinate. For instance, I need to improve a lot on my English. So when I need to procrastinate, I will do what I do is seeing Netflix comedian like Ricky Gervais, Jimmy Carroll, or whatever, where is difficult language, and it's helped me a lot. So I could procrastinate a little bit, but I'm learning during the process. So sometimes it's like someone explained it here, also doing some drawing, start with a line. I don't remember well, you told when the presentation starts with a line, and suddenly, yeah, you start creating an amazing stuff. So to finalize, thank you a lot for your presentations. It was amazing. It's the cool thing of being in university. I keep learning a lot with you guys, so thank you. It was an absolute privilege to see your works. Congrats.
Yeah, thank you. And just a few words in the end, that I admire your communication and the cooperation. And as I mentioned in the beginning, the profit of our communication of both schools is that we are in a film EU now. Yes, and it means that our school got, I don't know how much, millions of euros yet, which we'll never have and never see in case in the
newspaper.
Yeah, and it is just because we started communication on this basis, and the profit is for all teachers now, for students of directing, mobilities, and future is much more brighter. So I hope that next year we'll see some your students that will participate, or in person or online, and I hope that also from our communication will come some money. Yeah. So,
but sometimes it's not money. For instance, we start a lot of projects without money, and after we got successful, when we have some apps or something like that, we change and we try to get some funds. We go to some calls in Europeans and stuff like that. But sometimes it's just starting with game jams, for instance, because game jams, there's online game jams. I will talk about this tomorrow, but it's a nice way to put in people that are from programming, that doesn't have experience in game development, artists or sound designers from film working in games, and we don't need money for that, for these first steps. It's just want to create new things and stuff like that. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, but you know, our grants are about 5,000 euro. Maybe if it will be bigger grants, so 8, yes. And on the last your presentation, you showed me grants Lusofona got, and this grant was 250, 350,000.
Yeah,
yes.
but
So it's absolutely different.
Yeah. Sometimes you can manage others.
And this replay project that we admire very much, so it is supported also in millions. Yeah.
A lot of work to submit that goal and to be successful. You were lucky or not.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much to all participants of our session. Tomorrow we'll meet approximately 8:30, and there will be 6 presentations of professionals. There will be Tomáš Kozlik, representing New Zealand, then Mr. Buckiewicz from Poland, level designer, then Anthony Brooks from Denmark, then Pablo Garcia from USA, fantastic, and Christy Daney from Australia. So, and in the end there will be a workshop with Felipe, so it is programmed for tomorrow. Last time we enjoy our today's meeting.
Tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Sure. Okay. Jestli mi prosím hodit tu kocku, ať se mi někde...
Jo, завтра меня не будет. Okay. Good for you. A nahrávně to bych si mám na další.
I mean, although it can be the same with others as well, especially within Europe. Ryanair not necessarily is the worst of all choices to establish Edinburgh, and both work out fine. And taking the Austrian time slots could be, yeah, the time slot for saying could be.
It was because they rented a service to one of my favorite Austrian guys. I met him once.
Смотреть самолеты?
Можно и самолет. Как мне это там видеть?
На латышском? На латышском.
А когда платишь там болт? Пешо. Пешо. Aqui bolts.
It's a huge, yeah.
I learned that guy was about 2 years before his death, so
okay.
I don't remember. 10 years ago, 8 years ago. And you return to Vienna
Tonight, yeah. Your connection, it's even faster than before, so it's 45 minutes. No, or it's the same connection, but with a new bridge, with a new part of the track faster, right? It's a faster train, so it's just 45 minutes from
center.
Yeah, from main station
Because
to
from the airport is better to come by bus or by.
Yeah, there's an airport bus.
Yeah.
I believe that's
More is the faster one. It was quite yesterday. It was quite fast.
Yeah.
Less than 1 hour.
Yeah, for the center, I think the trains work better, and they're, yeah, I'd say a little bit more reliable, most of them. So how often do you to travel to Bratislava for the corporation? Is it just for those events, or is it on a regular basis?
I went here last year or 2 years ago for a filming event. So filming is this alliance that we started with other 3 universities. Now it's 2 8.
That's Finland, Belgium.
No, Finland. No, Finland is the associated partner.
Oh, that's the okay.
This is replay.
Yeah, okay, the replay. Okay, yeah, okay.
It's Erasmus
joint
program. Master degree.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have several ones in film, etc. And that one was one that we created. I created it. It was a search time. It is with auto, but auto Finland laws are really complex, and they don't want to import this program. Blah blah blah. Some countries now they are trying to enter. For instance, from Sweden, those countries that used to have given a lot of money from their government. Now, this country of arts, Lusofna, there was a school in Budapest which was really, really sad because it was a university.
Stop streaming.